Alrighty. Let's get everything up and running. Let's get everything moving. This is going to be fun. And by fun, I mean I hope you guys like words. Because I have a lot of them. But let's first start off with making sure that everything is working. Just want to make sure everything is working, that all the sound is working. Awesome. Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Psych. I imagine I'm in the motorcycle, and Drew, you're like in the side coach. Um, Appreciate it. I'm going to take off my headphones so I don't scream into the microphone for 8 hours. Yeah. Okay. So, what on earth is going on here? Well, there's a new set coming out in a couple weeks called March the Machine. And it's coming along with a commander set and all that good stuff. And there's so much going on with this set. There is just so much going on with this set. And I want to, do a set review. I've always wanted to do set reviews. I love set reviews. And kind of the idea of going through the cards and just talking about them. And so what I did is I went and I didn't have the time to set up the whole fancy setup of the slideshow, because then I would have a 684 card slideshow, or probably less because I wouldn't do reprints like I am here. So I went to Scryfall and I just put in March the Machine and the March the Machine Commander set, because I want to cover both of them, because this is a Commander focused channel. So we want to go over everything. And talking about the reprints is also good. I think discussing what cards have been reprinted, they rarely get mentioned in some of the bigger set reviews of what some of the reprints within the actual set are. And so we're also going to be doing that, but we're just going to mostly be skimming over a lot of the reprints, just being like, hey, this is cool, this isn't cool, or I might share some thoughts on them. But if you're looking for a concise set review, short, concise, to the point, you're in the wrong spot. This is going to be long. This is going to be comprehensive. This is going to be going over everything I can possibly think of for every single one of these cards. So you are being warned. If you are here we are here for a short time. We are here for a long time. Not a good. No, it's still going to be a good time, but we're here for a long time. And we are literally going to be going through every single card in regards to Commander. And just kind of what my thoughts are. So I guess without any further ado, I think we should start. And the first row is reprints. Abzan Battle Priest, Abzan Falconer, these are good for your. There's one of the themes in this set, and something I'm going to be getting into that's important is themes. So something I look for in a new set when I'm going through the cards is, okay, what themes are being supported? And usually these are going to be the draft themes. So a lot of Commander players are going to just skim over all the draft stuff, all the limited stuff that comes out. And that's fair. Unless you're playing limited, we're not going to be drafting. I don't think I'm going to be drafting this set. But that being said, it is still important to look at the set. Look at the draft archetypes within the set, because that's going to be where the meat and potatoes of the set are. And you're going to be getting some really powerful commons and uncommons. They're just going to be sneaking up out of nowhere that you might miss otherwise. And so when I'm just looking through a set, I'm looking for those draft archetypes to be like, do I have any decks that are +1/+1 counter decks, that are sacrifice decks, that are whatever the theme is? Or in this case, a big theme is knights. There is a white-blue knight archetype that is very heavily prevalent in this set, and there's a lot of knight tribal stuff. There's also an Esper Knight commander deck. On top of that, a lot of the draft archetypes then proceed to have commander decks in this set, so it's not really that not exactly difficult I think more so than in previous sets, it's a lot easier to note the draft archetypes because they have commander's decks for most of them. Um, but it is notable that this isn't always the case. Um, that being said, if you're in a white +1/+1 counter deck, there's a lot of white green +1/+1 counter synergies in this set. Um, Abzan Battle Priest and Abzan Falconer. I mean, Abzan Battle Priest is a little bit too expensive, but giving lifelink to all of your creatures is really nice. So people should be playing it. But I think for sure people should be playing more Abzan Falconer. This card is absurd. This card is absolutely absurd. I would play my Catilda deck. If you've got +1/+1 counters, this thing gives your entire team flying, and you just wreck face. It really is quite powerful. And so here, this is my this is a long way to say play more Abzan Falconer, everybody. You even get one in your deck. Play more Abzan Falconer. Academy Manufacturer seeing a reprint, super nice. This is going to be in the Teamer multiple tokens Clusier style deck, which is coming out. Academy Manufacturer, so good. I've got 2 of them. Pick them up. There's so many treasure stuff. Just you get an additional clue token, and then you get a food on top of it, just for the heck of it. So Academy Manufacturer, really nice. Claim Contender, part of the Knight deck, my Commander deck, super fun. Great card. Great to see have a reprint. Adeline Resplendent Cathar being reprinted is actually huge. This card is really kind of surprisingly expensive. And it's actually crazy that it produces as many tokens. I think the big thing here is whenever you attack for each opponent, yeah, you create every time you attack, you're going to create a 1/1 for all of your opponents, and then she gets buffed. She is insane if you're an aggressive humans deck, an aggressive deck of any kind. And especially in this Knight's deck, she is a really good Knight. So yeah, the fact that she's getting a reprint is really, really big, and I'm really glad to see her have a reprint. But now, we finally get to a new card in my new card set review. Woo! It only took like 7 minutes. Did I mention we're here for a long time and a long time? Yeah, so, and Aerial Boost is 1 and a white for an instant with Convoke. That says target creature gets +2/+2 and gains flying until the turn. Not a super big card in Commander, of course. I mean, most people know that, but the Convoke archetype being supported is very interesting. And also, this is a card that you kind of don't want to, like, for some lower level power, like, it's missing the draw card, but in part for being in a feather deck. But if you're like a low power level feather deck, being able to hold up the Convoke, although this might just be bad. But the fact that it has Convoke is the only reason I'm really talking about it. So probably too mediocre for Commander, but I imagine there would be the fact that it does have Convoke might do some stuff, but it might not. I guess the new Commander, I think Kasla, I don't remember exactly how to say, will draw a card, or will Serum Visions in addition. And this is most Convoke cards are pretty expensive by the nature of them being Convoke. And so this being only 2 mana in that deck is actually pretty notable, because then you get an additional Serum Visions on top of it. And this plus Serum Visions is very powerful, even if this by itself isn't. So not a high pick unless you're really going for the synergies. But yeah, also I thought something that's big for me personally is do not underestimate your commons and uncommons. Look at them, evaluate them, and I think a lot of people just breeze them over as draft chaff, and most of them probably will be. I'm a bit of a sucker for draft chaff, but Aerial Boost I think is the kind of card that gets my gears turning and be like, okay, this might have something. But it also probably doesn't. Aetherblade Agent. He's a human rogue. One and a black for a human rogue with Death Touch. And then this is an ability that we're going to be seeing a number of times in a number of different forms across this set. For 4 and a Phyrexian blue, you can transform it, activate only as a sorcery, and transforms it into Gitaxian Mindstinger. Although I've been getting into debates with my viewers and just people in general about how to pronounce this word, and I say Gitaxian. I use the soft G. A lot of people use the hard G. A lot of people have been using the hard G, and I guess I don't know to what extent is just my me being a my obstinance just keeping me from switching over. Because I've been saying Jataxian for years and years and years, but whatever. Just note that that's how I say it. Um, but yeah, so Jataxian Mind Stinger is Death Touch for a 3/3, and when it deals combat damage to a player or a battle, draw a card. We'll get to battles. Oh, we'll get to battles, but since we are going through this at alphabetical and all of the battles start with the word invasion, we'll be getting there. Jataxian Mind Stinger, it's kind of a mediocre rogue include for it doesn't actually have any evasion, it just has Death Touch. Um, but so in that case, it's not very good. So it's probably not good for a rogue's deck. And it's in blue, so it's not good in a Death Touch deck because it would be really nice in like a green-black Death Touch deck otherwise. But because that the green-black Death Touch decks are playing cards way worse than this, but since it's in blue, it doesn't quite work as well. Interesting card, and it introduces the idea of dealing combat damage to battles. They really just need a keyword or a sentence that they can throw out to say when this deals combat damage not to a creature, because now we have deals combat damage. You have to track deals combat damage to players, deals combat damage to planeswalkers, and deals combat damage to battles, and all three of them are different, and you have to track, okay, which card does what and when does what and how. And like, for example, this one draws a card on player and battle but not planeswalker, and then there are ones that deal damage to player and planeswalker but not battle, and then there are ones that just player and neither planeswalker or battle. And there's so much. The notable thing though with the Mind Stinger, or not necessarily the Mind Stinger, but this wording is, unlike planeswalkers, you build around whether or not you put battles in. So you will be putting those battles into the deck. Sure, you could probably attack an opponent's battle. If an opponent puts out a battle, anyone other than the person protecting it. That's a farty car. This is, don't you just love living by a street? But anyone other than anyone, the way the battles work is we'll get more into this again in a second. Anyone other than the player who is protecting the battle can attack it. But at least, especially for this set, I don't know why you would. I don't know why you would attack an opponent's battle if you didn't control it. So in that case, you can build around the second text. So I guess if you're in a black-blue battle-themed deck, but there really aren't that many battles in these codes you want to flip. A lot of the battle stuff is in green and red. So I don't know. It seems a little weak. Ironically, I see less homes for this card than I do this card, even though I think this is the better card, because it just has less synergies. Anyway, Aid for the Cowl is a reprint. I don't remember which deck this is from. Maybe it's the token deck. Maybe, because I guess the two options either is the token artifacts deck or the +1/+1 counter deck, and it doesn't quite fit in either. I think it's from the token deck. Interesting card. You get a free permanent at the end of your turn if something left the battlefield under your control, but it's a reprint. You've seen it. I haven't been impressed with it, but there's some decks that's really good in. Cool. Yeah, nice reprint. Okay. Aki Scrap Chomper is 1 in a red for 1/1 Phyrexian Goblin, which for 1 in a red and tap it, sacrifice an artifact or land to draw a card. And this is the kind of card which is why you do not look over the commons. Especially if you're building in like the 6-7 range. This card is absurd. This card is, I think, absurd. And I have not heard anyone talk about it. Are there more aggressive, more powerful draw engines? Yes. But this is really good. Artifact can be any clue, any treasure, any food, any random scrap you've got lying around. And land is, this goes in like a Lord Windgrace deck, and those kind of land decks that, oh goodness, that's aggressive. But yeah, so this goes in any one of the lands decks that are like if you're in a red land sacrifice style deck like Lord Rimgrace, yeah, this is pretty good. And it's also, but I'm going to be putting this probably into some number of artifact sacrifice decks because I think it's quite good, and I've been looking for a card that does something akin to this, and I think it's probably one of the best commons in Commander. Like no, I'm not even kidding. I'm looking forward to this card. Um, I mean, everybody's going to, if you buy any of the set, you're going to have a bunch of Aki Scrap Chompers lying around. It's not like, pick this card up. But I do think it's a card that you shouldn't overlook. Um, I think it's quite good. I do think it is quite good. Yeah, I just love it. I just love it. At the very least, it's the Sebastiano uncommon or common that I just fascinate over for about 3 months, and then I move on to another one, and it might not be good, but I put in a bunch of decks, and I'm like, this card's great. Yeah. Moving on to Alabaster Host Intercessor. This is 5 and a white for a 3/4 Phyrexian Samurai. When it enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield, and it has plane cycling for 2 mana. This notes a couple different things that we're going to be seeing in this set. First, the Phyrexian type is a supported card type in this set. There's a lot of Phyrexian cards that say buff your Phyrexians or buff your Phyrexians if you would cast a Phyrexian, all that kind of stuff. And then there's also a cycle of land cycling cards that also exist. 6 mana is a lot. 6 mana is a lot for this effect. You can get this effect for 3 mana. You can cycle it away if you really don't need it, but it's a lot of mana. It's a lot of mana. Yeah, I think the notable thing with this one is the Burmaz, the Phyrexian Burmaz commander does incubate based off of mana cost, and so this thing's going to come down and you will get a 6 incubate. And we'll talk about incubate in a second here. No doubt. But so that's notable. And since there aren't that many Phyrexians that have been printed ever, there is a wide list, and we'll talk about that a little bit more with the next card. But there is not that many. So if you're looking to make a giant incubate token with him, this is great. Otherwise, and I guess if you're building a samurai deck, this might be okay. If you're really, really focused on a cycling style deck, this might be okay. But other than that, probably just too expensive. Alabaster Host Sanctifier is 1 and a white for 2/2 Phyrexian Cleric with lifelink. It's not a particularly astounding card. The only reason I think this kind of is something to look at is if you are building that Phyrexian deck and you're trying to go lower to the ground. Since a lot of Phyrexians were printed a long time ago, a 2/2 for 2 with lifelink might be pretty good on the low end of Phyrexian cards in white and black. Just might end up being in a surprisingly good position. That being said, so if you're really needing a 2-drop and you've used the first 5 best 2-drops, this might be a good 6th one. Other than that, this is basically just a Wandering Cleric, just in a Phyrexian type. So, yep. Alharu, Solemn Ritualist. This is one of the commander cards, probably in the +1/+1 card deck. They're a great card. Interesting. It is interesting to note that we have a partner card, not as a headlining partner card. In the I think this is the first time that's ever happened. I'm not sure, where they just reprint one of the partner cards, even though I don't think there's any other partner cards in the deck, which I think is super cool. Yeah, good card. Ambition's Cost is a reprint. I have recently fallen in love with kind of the 4 mana, 3 mana draw 3 cards in some positions, but it's not necessarily a good position. So if you want it, you know who you are. Otherwise, you probably don't want it. So, Ancient Imperasaur. Here we go. Another new card. I think this is our first new rare. 5 and green for a 6/6 dinosaur with Convoke, Trample, Ward 2, and it enters the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters on it for each creature that convoked it. So, if you tap 7 creatures to bring this out, you're going to be getting a 2020. You're going to be getting a straight up 2020, which is cool. But that costs 20 creatures. This is interesting because it is a big beater dinosaur, but it isn't particularly versatile. So some Timmy dinosaur decks are going to be putting this in. But although we have a lot of dinosaurs now, this isn't the days of when dinosaurs first came out in Ixalan where everybody's just scrounging around for big dinosaurs. We have a lot of dinosaurs now. And we're going back to Ixalan at the end of the year. So we're going to have more dinosaurs. So we aren't for want of dinosaurs. That being said, a 7-mana, if the notable thing is, and this is the thing that I love about Convoke, is that creatures can tap for Convoke when they have Summoning Sickness. And this is going to come up so many times over the course of the set review. So what you can do is make a bunch of creatures, make 7 creatures using a token effect or something like that, maybe an Avenger Zendikar, and then tap those 7 to bring out the Imperasaur. The notable thing there is then you are leaving yourself quite open to a board wipe, because not only are they board wiping the Avenger Zendikar, which they're probably board wiping anyways, they're now also taking your 2020 Imperasaur with it. But it is notable that you can set up these situations where your creatures can come into play and then immediately be used to cast this. And I think that is the best use of the Ancient Imperasaur, is you tap out for a bunch of creatures and then this on top of everything comes in as a 2020, and it's just another additional pressure to be like, hey, wipe my board. I don't think it's good in that case in terms of, pressuring the board, because your board should already be wiped. If they're wiping, if you're creating a board they can cast this, they would wipe that board anyway most of the time. Unless you can sniff out that nobody at the table has a board wipe, or you're in a play group that just doesn't play board wipes. That being said, otherwise it's kind of a little bit more win more. But I still like it. I'm a Timmy. I like myself a 2020. Why not? Ancient Stone Idol, great to have you back. This is in this is a fun one for the tokens of different names, because I guess it's only a construct. It's so interesting because the power and toughness line is very unique. I think there's only 2 cards that create these 6/12 constructs. But the irony is, I think the construct itself is a name, and is common, as a token name is common, and so that's interesting that it is a construct. But yeah, this is just if you're playing this card, you know what cards you want to play it in, and if you've never seen this card before, well, this is Ancient Stone Idol. You get someone who swings out. Notably, you can swing out yourself and then cast it for free. It doesn't care who's attacking or who's attacking who. You can just bring out this flashing 12/12 Trampler. Fun card. Angelic Intervention for 1 and a white. For an instant, target creature or planeswalker you control gains protection from colorless or the color of your choice until end of turn. If it's a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it. I think the notable thing here, I believe it's Norn's Decree is the old one that you can just get for 1 mana cheaper and lose 2 life to get protection from colorless and a color of your choice. Colorless is notable. The big one here is Planeswalker. You can use this to protect a Planeswalker, which is actually double interesting, because what can happen if you're playing against the monocolor deck, if your opponent swings in with 2 or 3 monocolored cards, all the same card, to try and kill your Planeswalker, and then you give that Planeswalker protection from that color, they won't take any damage, which is interesting. Of course, it can also be used to protect a Planeswalker from a spot removal spell, so protection from black will protect it from Hero's Downfall and stuff like that. In terms of creature protection, okay. There's better creature protection out there for only 1 white mana. But I think this is interesting in its utilization for Planeswalker decks. So if this does see play anywhere, it's probably in a Super Friends deck, ironically, because you can protect it from waves of creatures attacking it against monocolor 2-color decks, which is notable. Really, really weird that it gets protection from it gives protection to planeswalkers. But cool, we haven't seen that design space yet. And again, this is the kind of instant you want to be on the lookout for. These is one of the many fun little things hiding in your in the commons. Yeah, it's a common that gives protection from planeswalkers protection from a color of your choice, including colorless. Fascinating card actually. I'm actually liking this card a lot more now that I'm reading it again. Angel Finality exiles a player's graveyard. This is a reprint. Great to have you back. Blink it, all that good stuff. Angel Salvation, just a giant convoking flash creature that prevents a bunch of damage. I don't think this card's very good. This is another reprint. Sad to see it reprinted. Because I have never ever desired to cast this card in my life. Angel of the Ruins, though, very happy to see this reprint. Very good card. Very good in like artifact reanimation decks, regular reanimation decks. It's just a really nice way to just get rid of some artifacts and enchantments, and it's very versatile. So, Angel of Ruins, big fan of it. Arachnoid Adaptation, this is a new card. A green for an instant, target creature gets +2/+2 and reach until end of turn, untap it. Sure. If you're playing the Giant Growth deck, which I don't particularly know what the Giant Growth deck is right now. What decks want to play Giant Growth, because they haven't really supported Heroic in green ever since the original Theros, which was the only place I could really see it. If you're playing a bunch of Giant Growths, this is a good addition to that pile. If you're not, you really don't need to care about this card. I guess the untap. I guess the other thing for it is if you have a creature that's producing a ton of mana, like a Selvala Explorer Return, not Explorer Return, Selvala Heart of the Wild or whatever. You could tap that for like 15 mana, use one of that mana to untap it, so then produces a ton of mana. So I guess in that case you could use this as like a weird combo card. But that's very niche. That's very niche. But hey, this set review we are covering very niche things. We are going into depth on everything. So very niche. If you're playing the Giant Growth Heroic deck, absolutely. If you're playing a combo deck where your creatures produce a ton of mana, cool. This might fit into that deck. You might have room for this. Arcane Sanctum, Arcane Signet, always good to see. All right, here we go. Archangel Elspeth. 2 white for a 4 loyalty planeswalker. Elspeth. She's an angel now, but she doesn't get any of the typing. Her +1, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token with lifelink. Cool. -2/2 can't speak. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. It becomes an angel in addition to its other types and gains flying. Notably, the flying isn't until end of turn. It just gains flying, period. Not even a flying counter. It has flying now. Congratulations. And the -6, return all non-land permanents with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. I want to like Elspeth. I really do. But I don't. She's not... The problem is planeswalkers are already a little bit weak in Commander, which is notable. And her 2 immediate effects, her tick up and especially her tick down, aren't very impressive. The tick up does have the notable advantage of it protects her, so you are able to make an army, and I think that does mean she can find some homes in token producing decks. Not as like an initial one, but if you are a token producing deck, you start to pay attention. And then what's notable for me, the thing that stands out to me is you can tick up, tick down, ultimate, or so 2 tick ups and then ultimate on the 3rd turn. So if you can keep her alive for 2 turns, and she's not she doesn't scream kill me quite as much, and you are going to be a token deck, so you're going to have plenty of blockers. And I think in particular, I've been falling in love with token decks that play a lot of like cheap enchantments and artifacts that produce tokens, like Bitter Blossom, like Skrelv's Hive, like Wedding Invitation. This style of deck, which currently I have a Jetmir deck that plays a lot of those cards. And I want to build a Marnius column, or Marnius deck. I don't remember what his second name is. It's not column. I don't think it's column. Ignore me. A Marnius deck, which would also be built around those. And in that case, if a bunch of those cards get like wiped off the board repeatedly, your opponent gets rid of them, and then you bring her down when after a board wipe or something, and she's uncontested. You tick up, protect her, and then you -6 and you bring back all of your engine pieces. That seems pretty good. And then she has an additional utility of the fact that she can make something flying forever. But this is her second ability isn't anything to write home about. So that's really the only thing. It's interesting she creates soldiers and not knights. Funny in a set with so many knights that she doesn't produce knights. So in that case, she might be good in a soldier deck. But yeah, not a very impressive Planeswalker. I don't think she's weak, but I don't think she's strong. She's not a card I'm clamoring to play, but she's the kind of card that's caught my eye for a couple of very niche homes. But she's not going to be very widespread, and I don't think she goes into a lot of decks. Archpriest of Shadows is a 3/black for a 4/4 human warlock with backup 1. So backup is a new mechanic that's coming out, which is when this creature enters the battlefield, you put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to the number. Most of the cards in the set are backup 1, but there are a couple with other numbers. They distribute a number of different +1/+1 counters, but ironically, even though the set is touting its +1/+1 counter synergy aspect of this, it's not really the thing to write home about backup. What it is when this creature enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. If it's another creature, so not this one, another one, it gains the following abilities until end of turn. So what you can do is, if you have you get the rest of the text box onto another creature, which I think is actually really cool. You can give another creature, basically, the ability on the backup creature gains haste before it, which I think has a number of very, very interesting applications sprinkled throughout the set. For the Archpriest of Shadows, as a 4/4, it has Death Touch, and whenever the creature deals combat damage to a player or battle, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. So basically, Archpriest of Shadows comes in, and another player, one of your creatures, either it or another one of your creatures, when they deal combat damage, basically become a reanimate. It's a little expensive itself. If it just without the backup by itself, I think it's just too expensive. It's a 4/4 with no evasion. Your opponent can block it. Nice in the Death Touch deck, where you're just like, hey, you want to block. And we don't have a Warlock Tribal deck yet, which is a shame, because I think this would be good in Warlock Tribal, but we don't have anything that uses Warlock Tribal. Returning to Eldraine, give us some Warlock Tribal, please, or something. But yeah, other than that, it is notable that you can put, if you're like a ninja style deck, and this might be its use as if it's in a ninja style deck, where you have a bunch of unblockable creatures, and you bring this down, one of your unblockable creatures suddenly gets the text, and your opponent's going, oh frick, and then you reanimate something. But that's a really interesting collection of cards if you think about it, because you're playing this 5/5. You're playing this 4-mana, you're playing this 5-mana 4/4 with Death Touch in a ninja deck, which is trying to reanimate big things. There's just a lot going on. So I can see places where people would play this, and none of them are me. That's not quite my style of deck, period. So yeah, it might just be a little too lost in the sauce for us to actually get it to work. Armorcraft Judge, great card. Buy its stuff. Draws a ton of cards for your +1/+1 counter decks. If you're playing, I mentioned my Catilda deck, which has a +1/+1 counter sub theme. In fact, to such a degree that even though Armorcraft Judge is an elf, I play it in Catilda because it just draws so many cards. And on top of that, if you actually have an elf deck that is going wide with a bunch of +1/+1 counters, this card is fantastic. And it doesn't matter if it's an elf. Just you got a +1/+1 counter deck, put in your Armorcraft Judge. This is a good card. This is a very good card. But it is a reprint. Artistic Refusal is 4 blue for a new instant with Convoke. Choose one or both, either counter target spell or draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Notable that this has Convoke because otherwise that's a lot of mana. That's a lot of mana. This is Sublime Epiphany levels of mana. Fun fact, this costs the same as Sublime Epiphany and does half the things. But if you're playing a Convoke deck or a deck that just produces a bunch of creatures, this seems pretty good. The only issue with that is you're in blue, and blue is not famous for its mass creature production. But if you do happen to meet the requirements of being a go wide blue deck, I actually think this card's not that bad. It is really expensive, but the fact that you get to both counter something and draw 2 cards and discard 1, or you could just draw the 2 cards and discard 1 if you can't get a spell on the stack is, I guess, also nice. So it's never completely dead in your hand. It's an interesting card. It's an interesting card. It might just be like 1 or 2 mana too expensive. And I tend not to play counter spells anyway, no matter the cost. So yeah, I guess also notable that it doesn't put you down on cards, which is one of the issues I usually have with counter spells. Yeah, so it replaces itself actually slightly more. It replaces itself in card advantage and also lets you dig deeper, because you dig too, so it's not just straight up cantripping. Yeah, I could see people playing this, but it is very expensive. Yeah, Arvad the Cursed is 3 mana. I look at number, and then I start. My brain is behind. 3 white black for a legendary creature. Well, actually, this is a reprint. If you're playing a Legends deck, I guess it's technically Knight. This is in the Knights deck. That seems weird. Don't know how many legendary knights. I mean, there's a lot of legendary knights, but cool in a legendary matters deck. Not sure where else you put it, but it's a reprint. You know if you want to play it. Same with Ariel, Knight of Windgrace. Just lots of knight stuff. This is cool. It's really cool to see Ariel finally getting some support out of this set. Knights have been needing some good support for a while. Assimilate Essence. This is a new card. 1 and a blue for an instant. Counter target creature or battle spell unless its controller pays 4. If they do, you incubate 2. Wait, let me. So, I guess, ironically enough, this is an introduction to the Incubate ability, which is you create an Incubator token, which is the first ever double face token, which is a nameless artifact on the front side that you can pay 2 mana to transform into a 0/0 Phyrexian. And the Phyrexian it comes in with a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the amount that you incubate. So in this case, I think the wording is saying that either you counter their spell or you incubate 2, which I think is that's the thing that's giving me pause. Because if it was just the counter it unless they pay 4, you'll counter some stuff every once in a while. And it's like, well, it counters battles, which we haven't seen before. Well, yes, but also so does negate. And so does actual counterspell. Like, counterspells are the one card type that's not. We'll talk about Atraxas Fall in a second. Counterspells do not care about the battle change all that much because most of them you already have a lot of counterspells that are wide enough to capture Because Battle's weakness is cards that are really wide that just say generic stuff like a permanent or a non-creature spell. Is the stuff that really interacts with battles. Is the narrow stuff that doesn't interact with battles. Just because the counterspells, the counterspells people are playing anyway are already very broad, and so they're already going to be catching battles. The fact that this does give you an upside if the opponent does pay for it, I think is intriguing. Because it, at the very least, it's 2 mana for an incubate, and I do think the incubate ability is actually really good. I think it's really good because basically you get to hide an army on your battlefield, and the opponent wipes your actual army, and then you 2 mana, 2 mana, 2 mana, 2 mana, all your incubate cards come up, flip up, become creatures, and they don't have summoning sickness because they've been sitting around, and you charge in immediately. I do think incubate is kind of being underestimated right now because I do think it's actually quite strong. That being, and I guess in that regard, but the issue here is if I'm playing that kind of deck, the things that I want to protect myself from is stuff like Smash to Smithereens, stuff like Vandal Blast, so sorceries and instants, not creatures and battles. I guess with the exception of like a Bane of Progress or something like that. So and also Incubate isn't really in blue anyway. The Phyrexians are really white-black. But it is intriguing. It is intriguing that you do get the Incubate if they pay for it, but then you're just playing a mana leak, a creature-specific mana leak. So yeah, I don't think it's quite good enough. But it is interesting. It is interesting. Lower power levels, please take a look at this. This card I think is good for lower power levels. Astral Wingspan is 4 and a blue for an aura with Convoke. Enchant a creature. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, and it has +2/+2 and has flying. This thing's 5 mana for +2/+2 and flying on an aura. That's a lot. And sure, it has Convoke, but that's a lot. Unlike Artistic Refusal, which I think does have some merit, I do not think that Astral Wingspan really has some merit. The only place I can really see is if you want to put more auras that draw cards in your Bruna deck, but then there's already a lot of auras that draw cards now, and this card looks and feels like a card that was printed during Shards of Alara. It was a long time ago. Like the art, I love the art. The art is very Shards of Alara for some reason. I don't know what it is. It could even be from Alara. Just a rhino with wings. It just feels like a card from Shards of Alara. And as much as I love Shards of Alara, it's not good. I won't say it doesn't have homes. Please be my guest. Put it in your decks. Put it in the Convoke deck. It does draw a card, it does replace itself, and it does grant flying. It is 5 mana. It's a lot of mana, so unfortunately I just don't have a lot of hope for it. Alright, Atrax's Fall. 1 and a green for a sorcery. Destroy target artifact, battle, enchantment, or creature with flying. I was going to be noting a lot of story elements originally. I'm not going. I'll still put in story elements when I think they're relevant. I think that of all of the deaths, all the Phyrexians' deaths that happened in the course of the story, Atrax's had the most metal. Literally, I love, like, most of the Praetors just got beheaded. Most of the Praetors met their end just getting beheaded. Atraxa was literally crushed by a city. That's just so cool. That literally the Riveteers took out the supports of New Capenna and just the whole city collapsed on her. That's an epic way to go out. I think of all the ways that various characters died in the story, that's my favorite. That's super creative. And we also have this great quote from Henzi Toolbox Torre: "Fallen angels should stay fallen." As for the card itself, it is sorcery speed. So it does not quite compare to a lot of naturalized effects. That being said, it also gets rid of battles if you want to get rid of battles. There are not a lot of cards that specifically get rid of battles. If you're just playing your Vindicates and your Assassin's Trophies and destroying any permanent, like I tend to, um, or your Beast Withins or your Generous Gifts, then you don't care about this card. But this does have the kind of wide enough where you're just like, I need a disenchant. If you're just looking for like a disenchant, this thing does cover a lot of bases. So especially kind of like 4, 5, 6 power level, this thing will get rid of a lot of permanents. And I think that more people should play. There needs to be more artifact and enchantment removal at tables, period. Because the number of games where someone puts down like a doubling season or even just any simple enchantment or artifact, and I'm just like, does anyone have a way to deal with this? And no one at the table can deal with it. And I'm like, just please, someone play artifact enchantment removal. And usually, at least in the past, that's because I wasn't playing that. But usually, I do play at least a couple copies. I just haven't found my copies yet. And no, everybody else is like, I don't think I have a single way to get rid of this artifact in my deck. And I'm like, you're in green. What do you mean you can't get rid of an artifact? What do you mean you can't get rid of an enchantment in green? So yeah, I mean, if you're in red blue and you can't get rid of an enchantment, okay, I understand. If you're in like black, black can get rid of enchantments, red can get rid of artifacts, but like, please get some help. Play more enchantment and artifact removal, please. Yeah, so Atrax's Fall. I love the card. I don't think I'll end up putting it in any of my decks, but I do love the card, and I do love the story moment. Attentive Skywarden. It's 2 and a white for a 2/2 Phyrexian core with flying. And when it deals combat damage to a player or battle, transform up to 1 incubator token you control. This is part of, there's a lot of cards that transform incubator tokens, so you don't have to pay the 2 mana. There's some merit to that in the fact that you can then save on mana. But as I described earlier with a Simulate Essence all the way over here, I think that part of the power of Incubate is that, you get to just keep the cards on the field and they dodge sweepers. So I guess if you're a very, very incubator token focused deck, like the Oreskos, the Burmaz Blight of Oreskos deck, will probably want to play this card, in all honesty, because you get to start flipping some of your incubates for free, and you're going to have a lot of incubates. That being said, if you're not playing an incubate deck, this card is pointless. But I think it's actually pretty decent in an incubate deck. This is why you look at your comments when you're going through your decks and be like, do I want to play this? I actually do think this is genuinely pretty good in an incubate deck. But if you're not playing an incubate deck, I guess no, not even Core Tribal wants this. Not even Core Tribal. Austere Command, great print. Buy more Austere Commands. I just said, you gotta put in your enchantment and artifact removal. There it is. Right there. Alongside creature removal. Very versatile. Glad to see Austere Command getting reprinted. Axeguard Artisan is 1 and a red for a 2/1 Dwarf Artificer. 1/1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on it for the first time each turn to create a treasure token. This card's actually pretty good. The issue with this card isn't how good it is, because this card is actually insane. It's the fact that it's in red. And there are not too many +1/+1 counter synergies in red in particular. Although this set does have a Naya Commander deck that uses +1/+1 counters and is distributing them all over the place. And it'd be really nice if you just got free mana for every single time you put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. Also very good in dwarf decks. If you've got a way to plus your +1/+1 counters on dwarf decks, this guy's insane. This guy is actually insane. The thing that makes me sad is he's not good in dedicated treasure decks. So at first I was a little bit iffy on him because I have dedicated treasure decks. I know people with dedicated treasure decks that aren't putting +1/+1 counters everywhere. That being said, I don't care. in a +1/+1 counter deck. If you're in a Naya +1/+1 counter deck, I guess a Jund +1/+1 counter deck. Would it go in other like good colors that work with this in +1/+1? It's just slightly outside of the range of most +1/+1 counter decks, which is its only downside. If you are a +1/+1 counter deck and you are playing red, play Axgard Artisan. It's not part of your dedicated ramp package, but I can see this as being part of your side ramp package. Because this card is really good. This card is absolutely insane. This is a crazy uncommon. It's an uncommon. We've been complaining about treasures, and this is an uncommon. And I feel like after they gave us a slight reprieve from treasure tokens, they put a little bit in this set, and people are just like, oh yeah, it's fine. Treasures are still treasure tokens, and this card is still insane. So if you're putting if you have a reliable way to put +1/+1 counters on this guy, put it in your deck. Because it's really good. It's really, really good. Excellent card. Excellent card. Ayara, Widow of the Realm. 1 black for a 3/3 elf noble with tap. Sacrifice another creature artifact. Ayara, Widow of the Realm deals X damage to target creature and opponent or to target opponent or battle, and you gain X life or X of the sacrifice permanent's mana value. And then for 5 in a Phyrexian red, you can transform her into Ayara, Furnace Queen, who is a 4/4 Phyrexian elf noble. At the beginning of combat, on your turn, return up to 1 target artifact or creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste and exile it at the beginning of the next end step. Ayara is really good. Is this our first legendary creature? This is our first new legendary creature. That's impressive. It certainly won't be our last. We are going to be talking about a lot of commanders in this set. There are so many legendary creatures in this set, as is in most modern sets, but this one, there's a lot of words and a lot of creatures, but Ayara is in particular very interesting. I really like her. She never caught my synapses in a way that I would be obsessed with her and like follow her nonstop. I just entered the Locthwain mindset right there of just being like, Ayara, my queen. Also, great line of text here. Ayara cherished to new machine servitors just as much as she once did her many suitors. Not at all. Ayara doesn't care. But yeah, Ayara, very powerful. Very interesting both in the 99 as a commander. The really cool thing about Ayara is the fact, she is a sacrifice outlet on the front, but on the back. So, the front is already really good. You get to sacrifice your Solemn Simulacrums and your whatnot and just deal damage. It is target opponent. It also targets a battle, so you can play a number of battle cards. She might be the best card to take advantage of the black battles. Which there aren't that many of note, but there are some good ones. We'll get to them. So I think actually that's interesting. Notably, she might be the only card that can take advantage of Invasion of Ulgrotha and flip it over to Grandma Sengir, which we'll get to that, but that is interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. Also gains you a ton of life. And then, of course, the backside is an absolute house engine. If you have a sacrifice outlet that can then sacrifice the artifact or creature you bring back, the exile only happens if the thing is still sticking around at the end of the turn. So if you can get rid of it before you get to the position where you have to sacrifice it, oh dear lord, she will be just such an engine. She's not like super powerful, but she seems like a really fun deck. Rakdos sacrifice artifacts and creatures decks are a dime a dozen. That's just a theme that they play into a lot these days. But I think she's very good, but because it's a theme that they play into a lot these days, she has a lot of support, and she supports a lot of decks. So Ayara, definitely something definitely a card I'm looking forward to. Um, Super cool. Glad to have her. Banisher Priest, great. We love Banisher Priest. But let's get to some new cards. Baral and Kari Zev. One, a white. White? What? No. Baral and Kari Zev. One, a blue and a red. Oh, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Airevil27. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Baral and Karizev is one, a blue and a red for a 2/4 human with First Strike and Menace. A legendary human, I should note. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell, each turn you may cast a spell with lesser mana value that shares a card type with it from. I need to work on my reading because I need to do a lot of that in the next coming set of cards. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn, you may cast a spell with lesser mana value that shares a card type with it from your hand without paying its mana cost. If you don't, you create Ragavan. First mate Ragavan, a legendary 2/1 red monkey pirate creature token. It gains haste until end of turn. So, notable things with this. This is actually a really cool card. This is a really cool card both as a commander and in the 99. I think it only has a very, small set of decks that it's going to be going into and stuff like that. But I think it's actually pretty good. So let's start with it as the commander. The really cool thing that I like about this is it's going to be able to spam a bunch of cards. I think this is a really cool just playing a bunch of cheap instants and sorceries and getting other instants and sorceries out at the same time. Basically, you get twice as many instant sorceries for the cost of one each turn. And it's also each turn, so even though it will only do one at a time, so if you cast a so you can't cast 2 sorceries and then bring out 2 sorceries for free. If you have a bunch of instants, so you can ponder on your turn, then brainstorm, consider, opt, and each of those will get a free card out of it. The thing that's really broken with this card is you can cast cards without a mana cost with this. So if you have an Ancestral Visions, or you have the Wheel of Fortune card, the suspend cards that require you to suspend them because they don't have a mana cost, this will get those out of your hand for free, which is really, really, really cool. That's can you imagine Ancestral Visioning on top of a Ponder and just drawing 3 for nothing? That's really good. And it's a 2/4. That's not with First Strike and Menace. That's not something that's a big body for a random Izzet card. And if you don't have something to cast with it, then you get a free Ragavan. And I think the Ragavan isn't very good in the deck that if you're building around it in the command zone. I don't think Ragavan is very good. But if the Ragavan text, I don't think it's very good. But if you're playing it in another deck, the big one I'm thinking about is Anhello. This card is absurd in Anhello, because Anhello gives because the first spell you cast each turn, Encore 2. So you can copy if you sacrifice a 2 power worth of creatures. What you do is you have this out, you have Anhello out, you cast your first spell each turn, you stack the trigger so that you sacrifice it to the Anhello. You sacrifice Ragavan to the Anhello to copy the spell, and then you get another Ragavan. So you just always have fuel for your Anhello. So in that deck, this card is also really, really, really good. Outside of it being the commander and Anhello, it's alright. I do think a lot of Spellslingers are going... it's pretty good in a lot of Spellslinger decks if you are playing a deck that you want to have, just a bevy of spells that you're kind of going through. It's not bad. You will get an additional one for free. That being said, a lot of the other decks that are going to be really wanting to cast this or to utilize a Spellslinger card, in my opinion, a lot of decks that are going to have small spells in them that want to take advantage of this kind of ability, um, it really supports more big spell slinger. So spells that decks where you play like a single big spell and then you get a second spell for free. Most Izzet Spellslinger decks seem to be small Spellslinger, or seem to gravitate towards small Spellslinger. In that case, it's not very good in those decks because you only get that trigger once, and you're going to be trying to storm off. But yeah, I think there's a number of big Spellslinger decks that do exist, and this would be good in those decks where you play your big spell, you play your big, what is it from Strixhaven, the Izzet House? What are they called? I'm not remembering what they're called. The performer people. You play one of their big spells and you get another one for free on top of it. Ironically, this might be the best big Spellslinger deck that's been printed, even better than any of the cards that came out of that set. So, yeah, I do really like Brawl and Karizev. I do really like Brawl and Karizev. Yeah. I like them a lot. I like them a lot. Interesting to see them teaming up. I didn't know that Brawl was still alive. Thought he was executed. I think he gets I think this set is his redemption arc. I think it mentions a couple places that Kaladesh is like, okay, you did well in the invasion of Kaladesh. You're off the hook. And it's like, he did a lot of bad things, guys. Don't let him get away. Just because he has a consciousness and doesn't want to get oiled and turn into a Phyrexian doesn't mean he's a good guy. But yeah, he gets his redemption arc. Battle Screech, nice reprint coming out of the Convoke card deck. Notably, its flashback is not Convoke, even though it literally is a Convoke thing. But hey, we'll take tokens. If you're playing a token deck, if this is the first time you've seen Battle Screech is very good at making tokens. You can make a lot of tokens for very cheap. 4 mana and 3 creatures to make. I guess you just need 1 extra white creature, and you can make 4 tokens in a single spell, which is cool. But if you're not playing it, oh well. Beamtown Beatstick is 1 red for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has menace. An equipped creature deals combat damage to a player or battle, create a treasure token, and has equip 2. I am not a big fan of equipment. That's just a me thing. In general, I'm not a big fan of equipment, generally speaking. And this isn't a very good equipment, unfortunately. It just doesn't quite have the oomph that you're looking for. The only place that I can see this in is there was this really, really cool... Tom on the Commander Clash played a really cool Tago, and what's his name? He's the white commander that allows you to auto-equip all of your equipment at the beginning of combat. And it was basically built around equipment tokens. It was an equipment token deck. And I would be intrigued about this card in that deck. And there's literally nowhere else that I want to play this. Unfortunately, it's just... the equip cost is relatively high for relatively low effect. You can put it in your battle deck, I suppose, because it counts battling battles. But I am not looking. It's not a card I hold very high. Even though I love the uncommons, even though I love the commons, sometimes they're not good. All right. However, talk about cards I am very excited about. Begin the Invasion. Begin the Invasion. This is part of the bonus commander cards. So there's the commander decks. So I'll be noting when a card appears in what as best I can. And the reason why I have so many cards and so many reprints up is because there's the cards in the base set. Then there's the commander decks. Then there are the commander bonus cards, which aren't part of any of the commander decks, that are in the... I call it the Goshintai slot, where basically they have like 10 additional commander cards that appear in set and collector boosters because they can. And the thing that makes me sad is I love these bonus commander cards, and I'm so sad that they're in this random slot in packs. But generally speaking, they do tend to be relatively cheap. And begin the invasion of one of those. And then there's a fourth category of I don't I don't have a lot of experience playing with budget decks. It's not my thing. I tend not to stick to a budget. Um, I I guess my budget deck experience is I don't always spend a ton of money on cards, and just I use cards that I have lying around. So that's why I pay attention to commons and uncommons a lot. But I'm not like I am not a I am not an expert on budget. I'm not good at limiting myself to a budget, I think is the big thing. It's not that I go out of my way. I struggle with keeping myself to a budget is more the issue. Um, so I tend not to build budget decks, but my decks tend to also not be super expensive. I don't go out of my way to build expensive decks either. So I'm a middling. I think my average deck ends up being about like $200-300, which is relatively expensive. But most of the fact is the fact that I've just been collecting for many years. So I've accrued that value in my collection um, over time. Yeah. It's and this is one of the things I agree because I love building decks online and that kind of stuff. But something for me is I when I'm building a deck, the first thing I do if I'm really wanting to build a deck is I just sit down and go through my collection. It takes a ton of time, but I just see, okay, what cards do I have now? And build the deck now, and then I look for upgrades. I don't go the other way of building the deck online with infinite resources, then finding out it's like $1,000 and being like, no. So that's why I like starting with the I like starting with the cards that I have now is the big thing. And that usually results in me picking up or seeing a lot of commons and uncommons and finding new synergies with them. Because I'm just like looking through my collection of bulk that I've collected over the years, and so that's when I really start to find the little gems like Axgard Artisan or Aki Scrap Chomper. That's when I start finding those gems, and so I start looking for those in sets because that's the kind of deck building I've done with my own collection. But yeah, thanks for the questions. I have not played Vintage. I'm familiar with the format, but I've never played it. It scares me. Vintage scares me. I know it's not as bad as people say it is. Um, I've seen it's not as bad as people say it is, but it's also not the Magic I want to play. It's a scary format. It's as powerful as Magic can get, and once you start to get to that level of Magic, you're not playing Magic the Gathering anymore. You're playing Hand Simulator and just throwing stuff onto the table. And there's more strategy to Vintage than just throwing all of your hand onto the battlefield at the beginning of the game. But no, it's a scary format, and it's an expensive format. The EDH. Okay, so here's the difference. One, there are a lot of cards in Vintage that are like Commander. Or okay, so two things to note here. There are a lot of cards in EDH that are similar to Vintage cards, but the most egregious Vintage cards, the original Moxen and Black Lotus, Time Warp, Ancestral Recall, are banned in Commander. So Commander's ban list does include some very the power. Well, technically, Time Twister is legal in Commander. One of the Power 9 is legal in Commander, which is something that is notable. But Time Twister is effectively just a wheel effect in Commander, so it's not as broken because you draw, unlike in Vintage where you draw 7 and they draw 7, and you have the initiative. In Commander, you draw 7 and they draw 21. So it's not as broken in Commander. In fact, about the same as Wheel of Fortune. So in a sense, if once you get up to CDH, because I also track what's happening in CDH, I track every single level of EDH if possible. I don't play CDH, but I do track it. When you get to the higher levels of CDH, yeah, you start to get vintage level stuff. But the difference there is you're trying to get your cards through 3 players worth of interaction. You are facing 3 times as many counterspells, 3 times as many destroy effects, 3 times as many permission effects, versus as well as the fact that most of the so you are hampered a bit more by that. You really have to choose your spot more than in Vintage, where in Vintage it's often best to just like push it. And the other thing is you only get 1 copy of your best card in Commander. Since it is singleton, you often end up having to settle for second best, third best, fourth best, and you can't necessarily focus quite as much on optimization with optimization in terms of the mana base. It doesn't matter in terms of win conditions. You do still get the very powerful win conditions, and you only need 1 of them. But in terms of optimizing that initial fast mana curve, which is really the thing that breaks Vintage, you cannot do that as regularly in Commander because you only have 1 of every card. Is the short of it. So, lack of the power 8 plus the fact that you only have 1 of every card does mean that even the highest echelons of CDH are technically less powerful than Vintage. So yeah, but it is. When you get to CDH, yeah, but I don't play CEH. You don't have to play CEH. EDH is just play whatever you want, and as long as you're in agreement with the other people that you're playing with, you can play your Beamtown Beat Stick. It doesn't matter if it's not the best card in the universe. It gives you treasure tokens. It's a Riveteer card. It sparks joy. If it sparks joy, Commander is great because of the one format where you can play something that sparks joy and you can have a good game. Or at least the one official format where you can play something that sparks joy and then have a great game. And that's why so many people play it. It's the next step from kitchen table Magic. It's the next step into kind of realizing, okay, I'm now putting rules on my deck building. I am now entering an official lane. Commander is less a format and more of a shared language by which people can play casual Magic. All right. Enough of my soapbox. Enough of my Commander soapbox. We're beginning the invasion. And beginning the invasion, again, part of that bonus Commander card sheet. So this is legal in Commander and that kind of stuff. But you will not be seeing it in any of the Commander decks. X, white, blue, black, red, green for a sorcery. Search your library for X battle cards with different names. Put them onto the battlefield, then shuffle your library. This card's absurd. This card is absurd. This card is so insane. We'll get to the battles in a second, but as a preview for the battles when we get there, every single battle in this set has an enter the battlefield ability. So it's not like you're searching up a bunch of static effects. You are getting an enter the battlefield ability for every single X that you're putting into this effect. So this thing can just like you can destroy creatures, you can ramp spells, you can create tokens, you can draw cards. We'll get to the invasions, but when we get to the invasions, remember, oh, there's that WooBurg card that we went over like 5 hours ago, or however long it's going to take to get to I, because I'm just talking and talking and talking. But every single one of those effects can just be dumped onto the battlefield at once with them begin the invasion. This card is actually insane. To be fair, it is expensive. WooBurg base is not something to sneeze at. That is a heck of a mana cost. And then having X on top of that is also a lot to note. But the fact that you are searching for a ton of battles and putting them out, and each one of those battles is going to have an effect, and each one of those effects is going to be good because you've put it in your deck. this is the center of any battle tribal deck, and I do want to build a battle tribal deck because I just love the card type. And I think it's very powerful. I do think this card is very powerful. Be aware that this thing, if this thing goes on the stack and resolves, you're in for a bad time. And they don't even need to flip any of their battles. And this is only with the first 36 battles in this set. Hypothetically, they're going to be using this new card type in the years to come. So this isn't even mentioning any of the future support. The ceiling of this card just goes up, and it's already starting. You may possibly, you won't lose the game when it comes out, but your board is gone. They have a massive board. They've drawn a new hand. They've reanimated 1,000 things. This is not the kind of card that you want to see coming off the stack, because you will lose. But I will win because I will be playing this card because I love this card. I also love the artwork so much. I love this. I love the idea of this entire multiverse being attacked and being present in a single set. I just love that. So this card, yeah, okay, so battles, battles are a new card type that have come out with this set. I'll show you a preview of one just to get an idea. They all start with I, which is why I haven't gotten to them yet. But yeah, so here's a battle. We'll do the first one. You'll get the first battle that we got. So battles are a new card type coming out with this set. That the front, they come in with this front half that's sideways. For example, Invasion of the Zendikar is 3 and a green for 3, and they come in with a number of counters, kind of like loyalty counters. And when a siege enters the battlefield, choose an opponent to protect it. So one of your opponents has to protect it. Then you and anyone who is their opponent, so you and if you're in commander, the 2 other players, but mostly you, can then attack it to flip it over onto its other side. So it has a card on the backside as a transform card. I don't know if this is the most concise explanation, but basically they're a weird enchantment that you can flip over for a reward. That you can attack in order to do so. Invasion of Zendikar, when it enters the battlefield, this as an example, you get to search for 2 basics and put them to play tapped. And then if you attack it down, remove its 3 defense counters, it becomes this Awakened Skyclave over here. And at least in this set, all of the battles are sieges that have an enter the battlefield effect on the front. And then the thing that they transform into on the backside varies. And we'll get more into that when we get into them. But just know that there are 36 battles. They all have entered the battlefield effects. And they all transform into other cards that have bonus effects. So Begin the Invasion, they're all permanents. They're all, yeah. It is insane. It is insane. Like, if you want, look up all the invasions while I'm getting there. I'll give you my analysis when we get there because I want to keep this in chronological order. I don't want to be jumping around. But if you check out all the battles, the card type is absurd. And I think the irony with the card type, I think the irony with battles is that I love the design, like the place and design that they're using where they want to incentivize combat. You want to flip them, or you're supposed to want to flip them. But the irony is then they chickened out and all the battles have enter the battlefield abilities. So I'm like, I don't want to attack my battles. I just want to Yorion and blink them all. I just want to Felidar Guardian and blink them to get the front effect again. And then so the battle part actually doesn't, so the combat aspect of it doesn't matter because I just want to blink them. I've got this whole joke that I put in a video I made of don't make war, make blink decks, because their enter battle abilities are really strong. I think it was a little bit of an oversight. I think it was a little, and I believe I read a thing that Mark Rosewater said, which is that battles were originally an enchantment that then later set design transformed into a brand new card type. So I think all of the base designs are enchantments, and if that was the case, that would make sense because they feel like enchantments. I think they were all originally enchantments. Um, and then later the set design was like, oh, let's make these into a new card type, and then came up with this cool mechanic of a battle and you're facing an opponent and you're sieging them and that kind of stuff. But then kept the old enter the battlefield abilities. So I think it was a little bit of a, and I don't. I mean, there's a lot of people, a lot of smart people who work on the set, and I have no idea of what goes through them. But I do think that the kind of the brilliance of the combat aspect of battles that I think we will see in 2, 3, 4 years just didn't quite cross their minds because they were still being like, okay, we're changing this enchantment into a battle. What's the worst that could possibly happen? The worst that possibly happens is they don't actually attack the battles. So I think in that regards, this first batch of battles, I think will be particularly enter the battlefield focused, and I don't think they're going to stay that way. I I both want them to stay that way, and I also don't want them to stay that way. But at the same time, I can't read minds, so I'm not sure. That being said, play more battles. You can get them off of Traxa. That's cool. Moving on to Bitterthorn, Nissa's Animist. This is 3 mana for a legendary artifact equipment with Living Weapon, which means that when it enters the battlefield, you get a 0/0 germ, and this auto-equips to it. The equipped creature gets +1/+1, and when the equipped creature attacks, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle, and you equip it for 3 mana. So this is Sword of the Animist animated. Literally, this is Nissa's Sword of the Animist with Living Weapon, both in the story and in the card. And I think this is really good. I think this is really, really good. I have played Sword of the Animist, and I've played against Sword of the Animist. And Sword of the Animist, if you're not in green, is an impressive card. Its only downside is it's 2 mana to come into play, and then 2 mana to equip. And Bitterthorn, you don't have to deal with the equip part necessarily. It comes with its creature ready to attack. So I actually think that Bitterthorn is really good. I don't think this replaces Sword of the Animist. I mean, some decks might replace Sword of the Animist with this if they're very tight. But I think this just joins Sword of the Animist, and then you have 2 Sword of the Animists now. And you put one of the Sword of the Animists on the other Sword of the Animist. That is something you could do. You could equip your Sword of the Animist with a Sword of the Animist, which is very funny. But I think this card's great. I think this card's, like, if you're, again, caveat, if you're in green, just play Cultivate. This is not better than Cultivate. Unless you're like a landfall deck in which the repeated searches do matter. I have seen Sword of the Animist be good in those style decks, but those have tended to be lower style decks, lower powered level decks. I don't remember which deck this is in. I think this is in one of the decks. I don't remember which one it is. This might be in the Night deck? Maybe? I'm not sure. But very, very good card. Very good card. Do not underestimate the Bitterthorn. It's quite powerful. And I think you will face this card a lot, and you will play this card a lot. It's good in Boros decks. It's good in Boros equipment for crying out loud. Also notable, if you're playing like an all legendary deck or a legendary deck, this and Sword of the Animist are both legendary, so this is good in a legendary deck too. You get more legendary things, more legendary ramp. Probably don't want this to be the base of your ramp. You probably still want to have your Mana Rocks or your as the base of your ramp, but as an additional ramp piece. I'm a big fan of playing additional ramp pieces in my decks, and as an additional ramp piece, Bitterthorn is very good. A very good card. I'm a big fan. Bladed Battle Fan is 1 and a black for a lot of equipment. A lot of equipment in this. The bees are like very equipment heavy. Bladed Battle Fan is 1 and a black for an artifact equipment with flash. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains indestructible until end of turn. The equipped creature gets +1/+0, and it has an equip cost of 1. Not a particularly big fan of this card. Um, it's in black, and black does not have a lot of equipment. If there is a black equipment card that I'm just really not thinking of, um, I mean, black is not really an equipment heavy theme, is the issue, and so the utility that this card provides, I don't think is as good because it's in black. If this was in red, if this was in white, I think this has more play in those style decks. But as in black, I don't think it quite has quite the repertoire. That being said, it is a nice little trick if you care about it. Yeah, it's cool. Like they're going to destroy your commander, but give it indestructible. I guess it is protection, like instant speed protection for. But the problem is in Commander, black has a lot of spells that say, "Oh, my creature died. I get it right back for 1 mana." I think what is it? There's the MDFC that's a land on the backside that does that. That I feel like is probably just better than the Bladed Battle Fan. So yeah, I think. But this is a card to put in your library of cards. What this card is it's not good now, but it's a card to put in your library and be like, as soon as Wizard of the Coast goes, we have black-based equipment deck. Black-red equipment. Then you go, oh, the Bladed Battle Fan. And then this card gets really good. This is a card that's not good now, but this is a card that I do see being good in the future. Yeah. But right now, just keep it in mind. Just keep it in mind. Blade Splicer is being reprinted in the Phyrexian deck. Great. Awesome. Glad to see it's being a reprint. Also notable, and this is notable, a lot of old cards have been errated to have the Phyrexian type. And Blade Splicer is one of them. So it is a Phyrexian. So this is notable. You have to look on your Gatherer, look on your Wizards, look on your Scryfall, check which cards are now Phyrexians for your Phyrexian decks. Now that Phyrexians have support for their creature type, you have to go back in time and be like, okay, you're a Phyrexian, because Blade Splicer is really good. And you don't want it to be missing. Also notable, all of the Splicers have been errated to become Phyrexians. So you can now. I do want to build a Golem Splicer deck at some point, and the set does give a little bit of extra support for it. But I don't think we're quite there. We're not quite there, and it is a little bit farther back on my to-do list. There's a lot of decks, but it is a deck that's always kind of churning around in the back of my head of like, oh, there's a Splicer. And I'll talk more about it because there is a new Splicer card that is very, very good in one of the commander decks, in the Phyrexian commander deck. Wizard of the Coast is conscious of the Splicers, and they are always adding little bits and pieces to the Splicers. And so if you want to build Splicers, there's support, and the errata for Blade Splicer turning into a Phyrexian is a big part of that. Moving on, we have Blighted Burgeoning. This is 2 and a green for an aura, enchant land. When it enters the battlefield, incubate 2, and when enchanted land is tapped for mana, its controller adds an additional 1 mana of any color. This is very typical. This is a very typical style enchantment ramp card. These cards aren't particularly rare. There's a million different versions of it. Basically, it's pick your poison of what support you want. And in this case, you get a congratulations. Your reward for playing this 3 mana aura enchantment that ramps you is you can pay 2 mana for a creature sometime in the future and an artifact right now. So if that is the thing you're looking for, then great, this is the card for you. If that's not the thing you're looking for, this isn't the card for you. Except, notable, the particular wording on these enchantments is important. Blighted Burgeoning's additional mana comes from the fact that if it is tapped for mana, you get an additional mana. Some of these cards will have it in quotations that you can tap the land for 2 mana. This, you get the mana in addition to that. So what this means is that this card's mana ramp ability stacks. And they stopped doing this for a while, and I'm surprised to see it back. And so I literally had to double check and be like, does this stack? And yes, it does. So this is something to watch out for. This is the fact that this stacks does make it slightly better than some of the other generic 3 mana versions. So I think the big one is the difference between there was one in Theros. I think it's like a trading post or something like a Setessan trading area. I don't remember what it is, which is 3 and a green for when it becomes tapped. You get 2 additional, or Overgrowth. There's one that's much more Overgrowth. I think it's called 2 and a green. It gets tapped. You get an additional green versus Flight Airy or Abzan Airy from Dragons of Tarkir, which grants you with the text, quote, tap it for 2. Just go through all of the terrible green enchantments that allow you to tap your lands for extra mana and look for the differences, because they are notable. They are notable because you can put this on top of one of the... Because the notable thing is, if you have the one that grants it the text, it doesn't stack. So if you put that and then you put another one that grants it the text, you can only tap that land for 2. But if you have the land that grants the text tap to add 2 mana, and you have the Blighted Burgeoning on top of that, you will get 3 mana out of your land instead of just 2. So in that case, this stacks. That being said, it is still a 3 mana aura enchantment in green. Generally speaking, you're going to be wanting to go for cheaper ramp, or you're going to be going for land ramp like Cultivate. But if you are looking for having the synergies of aura, or you're looking for having Incubate synergies, you can't do much worse than Blighted Burgeoning. Not maximum power level, like we're talking 6, maybe even 7, depending on how your deck is built. But yeah, so Blighted Burgeoning, only thing to note is that it does stack, whereas some modern enchantments don't. Which I guess that's a progression in power creep. That is a progression in power creep, the fact that it does stack. Alright, moving on to Blight Reaper Thallid. This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 fungus, with its only text being 3 and a Phyrexian green to transform it as a sorcery into Blight Sower Thallid, which is 3/3 for a Phyrexian fungus. When it transforms into the Thallid or dies, you get a 1/1 Phyrexian sapling creature token. This card's cool. Because it's in green, the only place you really want to play it, because it's in green, you can't really play it in the Phyrexian deck. So the only place you want to play this card, since it is a fungus, is in the Fungus Thallid Saproling deck. It's not particularly good in the Fungus Saproling deck, since you only have a maximum of 2 saplings that could come out of it. It isn't an engine. But if you're wanting to put together some kind of a Saproling deck and you just need a couple extra Saprolings, you can't do much worse than this. It is still fine. It's a fine card. The fact that it is a bear on the front side is notable. So you aren't losing that much for power and toughness. The only issue is you're playing a bear in Commander, and unless you're in a bear deck, bears in Commander aren't that good. But yeah, if you're particularly in the fungus deck, please play this card. Please play this card. Not at the top of my list, but not at the bottom of my list either. I just love it. I just have a warm place in my heart for this card. It's just a warm place in my heart for this card, even though it's not good. And sometimes uncommons trap me like that, and that's okay. But yeah, so looking for a way to make saplings. Can't do much worse than this. Alright, next up we have Blight Titan. Blight Titan is 4 black for a 6/6 Phyrexian giant with Death Touch. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, mill 2 cards, then incubate X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. This is in the Phyrexian commander deck. This card's a bit of a doozy. it's interesting kind of thinking about where it goes. I think in the Phyrexian deck itself, amazing. If you're in the Incubate deck, this is so good. This is so good. This is your Grave Titan for the Phyrexian deck. I know there are some parts of the internet that have become a little bit hostile to Grave Titan in recent times. But if you're at power level 5, power level 6, and someone plays a Grave Titan, it can end the game. Do not underestimate when you start to get to the lower power levels how much, like, Grave Titan only starts losing its power when you begin getting to the upper echelons of 7, beginning approaching 8. That's when you don't want Grave Titan anymore. But if you're playing a 6 mana creature anyway, and you want to play 6 mana creatures, you're probably not getting to that power level anyway. So I don't see what the issue is. And in the Phyrexian deck, this is just great. This is great. The place, though, that I am most intrigued about this card, though, is I have a Sidisi, or I have many times built and then deconstructed a Sidisi all creatures mill deck, where the whole deck is creatures. It's got Mori, the Collector, as the companion, and just plays as many creatures as possible. The issues I have with the deck is kind of its linearity. It's kind of the fact that you're playing all creatures. You can end up in these positions where you find yourself a little bit outmaneuvered. And also, I struggled to build self-mill decks because it's really hard to balance your self-mill and your payoffs and that kind of stuff. But in that deck, because you are playing 67 creatures, and the way you do that is with you play all the MDFCs that are creatures. You play Mori, that's an additional creature. So you end up with a lot of creatures, like 2/3 of the cards you're putting into your graveyard are creatures. In that situation, Blight Titan is absurd. Not only does it mill you an additional little bit, but the token you're going to be getting off of it is enormous. Absolutely enormous. And because it is a creature deck, it's particularly weak towards to sweepers. And again, Incubate's strongest thing is that it dodges sweeper effects. The fact that you can have this massive creature just sitting there waiting to be born at any moment, and then your opponents wipe the board of all your creatures, and you go, oh, that's fun. Here's my 20/20 that's just been sitting there the whole time. And if they don't deal with your artifacts, the Incubate is so good because if you're in a creature-heavy deck, you pressure on the creature side, and then you have a giant artifact board behind, and they have to get rid of both of them. And is it possible to get rid of both of them? Yeah, absolutely. Farewell is a card that exists. Cyclonic Rift is a card that exists. But their Wrath of God isn't going to deal with your Incubate board. And so Blight Titan just kind of puts that pressure of, sure, it's not immediate pressure, but if you're going to kill someone with your giant creature, you just pay 2 mana, you animate it, and it comes back to you in your next turn, you pay the 2 mana, you animate it, and then you swing in, because since it's a transform effect, it doesn't have haste. No, it does have haste, because it is, haste. It doesn't have summoning sickness, is what I mean to say. So yeah, I think Blight Titan is actually pretty good. I think it's, you do have to build around it. I do think it's worse than a lot of the Titans in just a general deck. Like, if you're just playing a general black deck and you're just like, oh, should I put Blight Titan in deck? No. Do not. Blight Titan is not a generalist card like Grave Titan is. You have to have a lot of creatures that can go in your graveyard, and you have to, or have Incubate synergies. Or Phyrexian synergies. One of the three, which Incubate synergies and Phyrexian synergies tend to go hand in hand. If you don't have those kinds of synergies, I don't think Blight Titan is worth it. But if you do have those synergies, you do have a lot of creatures going into your graveyard, you do not overlook this card. I think in specific homes, it is very good. Bloated Processor is 2 and a black for a Phyrexian. You can sacrifice a Phyrexian to put a +1/+1 counter on it. No limits, not once per turn, not sorcery speed, just Phyrexians going to the Phyrexian machine. And then when it dies, you incubate X where X is its power. Pretty good. Pretty good in the Phyrexian deck. Since the Phyrexian deck does have like a number of sacrifice energies, you are playing black. Um, this is great. This is great in that deck. And I guess, I mean, it's notable that it dies. If it dies, no matter how many Phyrexians you've sacrificed to it, it will always incubate 3. Like baseline, it will always incubate 3. But I think that if you're just looking for general fodder, there's better fodder pieces out there. But in the Phyrexian deck, in the incubate deck, this card is very, very good. Burmaz, slam this in the new Burmaz, slam this in whatever. Yeah, so if you're playing Phyrexians, this is a top tier Phyrexian. If you're not playing Phyrexians, you don't care. And that is something, sometimes that's just how cards are. They're like A+ in one deck and not good in most other ones. So, yeah, I think the notable thing is the thing to watch out for is if you're building a general aristocrats deck, count the number of Phyrexians that are in it before you want to put in bloated processor. I think that's the one trap, is if you, because it's very good in an aristocrat style deck. So some people who have an aristocrats deck will be like, is this good in my aristocrats deck? Yes or no. And I think that's going to be wholly dependent on how many Phyrexians are in the deck. So yeah. Notably, it doesn't sacrifice itself. So yeah. Bloodfeather Phoenix. 1 in a red for a 2/2 flying Phoenix. It can't block. Whenever an instant or sorcery spell deals damage to an opponent or battle, you may pay red. If you do, return from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste until end of turn. Like, this is kind of like the Chandra's Phoenix from M12, I think, that comes back for free if you deal damage. This is 1 mana cheaper on the front side, but you have to pay the red on the back side. I don't think it's particularly good unless you're in like a Phoenix deck, unless you're in a deck that's playing a bunch of lightning bolts, but those kind of decks aren't very good in Commander. It does have the line where you can use those spells to help deal with battles, which I do think is notable. I think in some battle-centric decks, you are going to actually be playing cards like Lightning Bolt a lot more than in other Commander decks. Since battles, you do care, at least for some of them, you do actually care about the backside. And you going to want, even though I think a lot of the strongest battles have their power on the front side, some of the backside, some of the things that they transform into are notable. And red has a lot of damage, which is going to be very good since you can target all the spells that say deals damage to any target can deal that damage to battles directly. And in those situations, in that fact, battles I think will have a little bit of an edge in red, because you can just go over the top of your opponent's blockers and damage them directly. So I think there's one battle in particular, the Battle of Archivos, which we'll see. The battle of the plane that Strixhaven is on, which I think is very, very good with Bloodfeather Phoenix. Other than that, I don't like, unless you're playing the Phoenix deck, in which I'm pretty sure there are a lot more better Phoenixes. No, it can't block, which is notable. So it can't help you defend. It's just an aggressive boy, and it's just a 2/2 with flying. Yeah, so I don't think it's very good, but you know, it might have some homes. It might have some homes. Bloodfell Caves is a reprint. Play more Gainlands. Gainlands are great. Don't flood your deck with them. Don't play too many of them, but you know, don't forget your old buddy Gainlands here. If you're in a 2-color deck, don't forget your Gainlands. If you're in a life gain deck, don't forget your Gainlands. They're great. Don't forget Bloodforged Battle Axe. This card's busted. It's a reprint. It's in one of the decks. I don't remember which deck it is, but oh no, it's in the Artifact Token deck, because you can make. Actually, it's pretty good in the Artifact Token decks, because unlike the constructs, there is no other tokens named Bloodforged Battle Axe. You just get a bunch of Bloodforged Battle Axes, and that seems to be a pretty aggressive deck. So don't forget that this card exists. This card is crazy. This card replicates itself out of control. I've played this card in a number of different decks, and I've seen it do very, very good things. play more Bloodforged Battle Axes. Bloodhill Bastion, I won't be talking a lot about the planes, about the planes from Plane Chase. So the commander decks have a Plane Chase element, which you can find an explanation for Plane Chase on the internet. I'm not going to go into it here. I'm not going to talk about the mechanics of the battles because I'm not going to talk about the mechanics of the planes themselves because I don't. In my opinion, when playing Plane Chase, I don't think you can build around planes. I know that you're supposed to have like a special 10 card playing deck and then everybody shuffles their things together. For me, I just love playing with all of the planes in Plane Chase and just absolute chaos reigns, and that's what I find fun with Plane Chase and just pure so. And in that case, the actual mechanics of them really don't matter. You can look at them. What I do care about for the planes is the lore, because the Plane Chase is, up to this set, was the greatest exploration of planes that we have not visited yet. As of this moment, we have still not been to Equilor. This is an old one. We have still not been to Equilor. We've never seen a card from Equilor. There is no invasion of Equilor in this set. I have no idea what's in Equilor, and I really want to know because that is literally looks like a city built upon a flesh heap. And I have a lot of questions. But we won't find out. We just need to wait and find out what's on Equilor later. We do not have answers. This is the only thing we've ever seen of this plane. But pay attention to your planes, because as this shit shows, sometimes some of the planes do show up occasionally. Bloodline Pretender. This is in the Phyrexian deck as an artifact, creature, shapeshifter, changeling. Good generic card in your changeling decks, in your tribal decks that don't have a lot of support. Yeah, but it's an uncommon from Kaldheim, and we know it well. More gain lands with Blossoming Sands. Player gain lands. It being white. Something to note is in the ally colors there are 2 gain lands because there's also a cycle of refuges from the original Zendikar block that haven't been reprinted a lot. So if you're playing a green-white gain deck, you have 2 gain lands that you can utilize. Just remember that. I do love. I wish I saw this deck came up again. The fact that metallic flowers are blossoming on Amonkhet. They didn't use that in any of the other cards. That's really cool. I would have wanted to see more of that because that sounds super awesome. But oh well. We only got this card that references the giant metal copper flowers blossoming on Amonkhet. Bojuka Bog. Play more Graveyard Hate. This is the first land I add to all of my black decks. It's really good. It's really, really good. You should be playing it. But it's been reprinted a million times. Bola Slinger. This is a new card. This is 3 and a white for a 2/2 cat soldier with backup, which again, you give a +1/+1 counter onto it, and then all of the rest of the abilities. You can put a +1/+1 counter on any creature, and then if it's a different creature, it also gets the rest of the abilities of the creature. In this case, whenever this creature attacks, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls. On the upside, this is a cat, which makes the fact that I love cat tribal decks very happy. On the downside, this card's awful. Cards that tap creatures when they attack are not very good in Commander, especially as a 4-mana 2/2. There's a Dragon Scale card that came out of Dragon's Dark here that gives this ability whenever a creature attacks, tap a creature, to all of your creatures with +1/+1 counters on it, which just single-handedly invalidates Bola Slinger for the end of time, because that's the only thing that Bola Slinger was doing in the first place. Yeah, which is super, super unfortunate. But in any other position, yeah, really, if you're just, the only place if I can see this is if you're playing a really aggressive, but not even aggressive cat decks. Like, not even a Rabo cat deck wants a 4-mana cat. I think there's just too many cats now. There's just too many cats now. This is no longer good in cat tribal, which is a shame. Anyway, Bonded Herd Beast is 4 and a green for a 4/5 beast, with its only ability being 4 and a Phyrexian red mana to transform it. And when it transforms, it becomes a 7/5 with Menace. I think this is one of, if not the most underwhelming of the Phyrexian transform creatures. Because this is 9 mana for 7/5 with Menace over 2 turns. It's not very good, unfortunately. Even as a common and uncommon connoisseur, this is not a good card. You don't want to play this card, unfortunately. It doesn't even have like a cool ability that wants you to... And it's not even on the right cards for the transform stuff, because this set does have a really interesting mechanic where green-blue has a bunch of transform synergies that I kind of want to play around with. But if I'm adding red to that... Well, it's not in blue, so that's out the table. And if I'm going into red to play more transform cards, I have every single werewolf ever printed in all of the Innistrades. Why would I play Bonded Herdbeast? And we're talking about an archetype that doesn't even really exist. That doesn't even have a commander. It's barely anything more than just a pile of commons and uncommons. So unfortunately, this card, don't see any homes for it. I don't see any homes for it. I do love it. I do love kind of the idea of the Eluda of Ikoria really kind of being corrupted and brought to the next level with the Phyrexians. Bone Treader, another card that's been eroded to a Phyrexian, comes in and destroys something. Notably, destroys a non-artifact, non-black creature. So this is the terror text. Has Echo. So you have to sacrifice it, but in the Phyrexian deck, you don't care. In fact, you often want your Phyrexians to die. Unless you're playing the Phyrexian. I guess if you're playing like an all-creature deck, you might consider Bone Shredder because it is cheaper than Necrotal. It's not as versatile as Chupacabra, but if you're playing an all-creature deck, Chupacabra is the only creature that is as versatile and destroys something. It's Chupacabra, and then after that becomes Shriekmaw, because Shriekmaw can destroy non-black creatures for 2 mana. Attack and sacrifice immediately. And then this and Necrotal start competing for 3rd and 4th. But you probably just want all 4, because if you go more than that, you just start to get some really expensive creatures. Has some niches, but it's a reprint. If you're playing Bone Shredder, you know you want it. If you don't playing Bone Shredder, you probably know you don't want it. Boonbringer Valkyrie. This is 3 white for a 4/4 Angel Warrior with backup 1, and her abilities that she can help grant to other things are Flying, First Strike, and Lifelink. I don't like, unless you're in like the keyword deck. Like, that's a lot of keywords to give to stuff, but that's not what you really want to be doing in a lot of Commander. Unless you're playing the keyword deck, the Cathril deck. In the Cathril style decks, or the Odric style decks, this is good. Everywhere else, I don't think it's very good, unfortunately. It's crazy how far the Sarah Angels have fallen. But yeah, it's a lot of abilities. I guess it can become a 5/5 itself, become Baneslayer territory, but yeah, really you're really going to be just wanting to take advantage of those keywords. If your deck can take advantage of those keywords, it's quite good. If it can't, it's not very good by itself. I don't even think it's worth it for the backup or the +1/+1 counter itself. You really just want to be able to take advantage of the fact that you have all of the keywords. So yeah, unfortunately, Boonbringer Valkyrie, not a very good card. Borborygmos and Fibblethip. Oh yeah, the Cyclopses are here. I was trying to imagine that because we were seeing in the early spoiler season that Fibblethip... I after we saw Yargle, I knew Fibblethip was going to be somewhere in the set because you can't include one meme without the other one. You can't do that to us. I didn't know where Fibblethip was going to end up. Part of me really wanted to see Fibblethip get completed and just be an absolute terror. I called it Fibblethip the Found. But instead, we got the more reasonable Borborygmos and Fibblethip. So we didn't get the true meme lord of Fibblethip, the founded wrecking house as a Phyrexian homunculus. But instead, we get Fibblethip and Borborygmos, which is the next best thing. So this is a Cyclops homunculus, 6/5, with a lot of words. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you draw a card, then you may discard any number of land cards. Then, when you discard one or more cards this way, it deals twice that much damage to target creature. And then for 1 in a blue, you can put Borborygmos and Fibblethip into its owner's library, third from the top. So Fibblethip and Borborygmos are interesting. They kind of spawn a weird Temur colored lands matter deck, which I don't think we have a Temur matters lands style deck yet. We don't have a commander. We haven't yet had a commander. Usually they start to go towards green black, where you go all the way up to Omnath. I guess there is the elemental Omnath, but that itself is kind of more of an elemental deck than a true lands deck. And not only that, but this is not just any lands deck. This is a lands discard matters deck. In the same vein as Lord Windgrace. And so this kind of replaces the black, which is where you would have stuff like Gitrog Monster, with the blue, which is where you get access to some interesting cards. I think the big one is Slogurk, this Overslime, which does add another layer of very interesting interaction with Borborygmos and Thimblethip. And the fact that this is both an ETB and an attack trigger is notable. Super cool set of abilities. And it's, although this second little ability doesn't seem all that relevant, it does mean that you can avoid paying commander tax for a while. As long as you're holding up 2 mana, you can just kind of tuck it into your deck. And sure, it isn't exactly the most powerful commander, but you can get it back. Notably, you don't have to discard any lands. You don't have to discard any lands to get rid of anything. You can simply just draw a card with its ETB and with its attack trigger. And that's good too. And then if you need to get rid of something, you can start discarding lands. And then you can dredge them back with Life from the Loam. You can use Slogurk to get them back. I think there's a lot of cool stuff there. In terms of traditional landfall decks, and the fact that it's in blue and not black does mean that unfortunately it isn't in those Lord Windgrace style of decks, and it's not able to kind of be in the Lord Windgrace style decks, which is unfortunate because it would be really good in those decks. But I think what you sacrifice in what would be its ubiquity in a lot of established Jund style landfall discard land cards decks, you get with a unique commander. So that's kind of the trade-off. Is you sacrifice one for the other. And in this case, we get a really cool, interesting Cyclops homunculus card that allows us to play a lot of lands. You can play Borborygmos Enraged in this deck. You can play, So I think it's a cool commander. I don't think it's overpowered. It's a bit finicky, and it doesn't do anything absurd, but it does enable some engines, and I think this does create some very interesting deck building questions that a lot of people will be asking. Next, we have Botanical Brawler. This is just a green and a white for a Elemental Warrior with Trample, and enters the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters on it. And whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on another permanent you control, if it's the first time +1/+1 counters have been put on that permanent this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on the Botanical Brawler. This is our first Signpost uncommon, which is funny. You're like, wait, but Sebastiano, why are you talking about Signpost uncommons in a Commander set review? It's because Signpost uncommons dictate the themes that the set will be following. And if there's a Signpost uncommon for something, and it might be relevant, which this one kind of is, kind of isn't. But the Signpost uncommons are usually pushed. So more often than not, I feel like Signpost uncommons are more powerful than your average draft chaff. And also, notably, they dictate what the rest of the set is going to be following up on. And in this case, it's the +1/+1 counters theme. We've seen backup, we've seen that kind of stuff. But I don't know. The fact that it's 2 mana means, and it has Trample, and it just has a bunch of stuff. Actually, I know a home for it. At least a home for it. This is a bit of an unusual home for it. I just haven't had this deck. I took apart I had a Nethroi Apex of Death deck that played a ton of cards like this, where they had 0 power, 0 toughness, but they entered with a bunch of +1/+1 counters on it. So I had a +1/+1 counter sub theme, and then they would die repeatedly, and then Nethroi would bring the entire board back because Nethroi can bring back any number of creatures with total power equal to 10. And because all of these creatures have 0 power, you would just bring a whole bunch of them back because none of that's adding to the 10. This would have been pretty good in that deck, and maybe if I ever rebuild it, Botanical Brawler definitely goes in that deck because it synergizes a lot with the fact that you have a bunch of +1/+1 counter creatures, stuff like that. If you're kind of playing a bunch of creatures with +1/+1 counters on them, baseline in green and white, which I think a number of people will be in the new set, then this has a bunch of extra synergies because you can get it pretty big. But you kind of really need to be playing this very particular deck, and it only triggers once each turn. So if you're not repeated, so it kind of works better if you have like a way to repeatedly put a +1/+1 counter on a thing every turn. So I guess if you have like a Forgotten Ancient, this is really good with Forgotten Ancient because it gets a +1/+1 counter on each of your opponent's turns as well whenever they cast a spell. But unless you have one of those decks, it's not necessarily very good, but it's the kind of card that you keep in your library and you go, oh, I need a low drop for my +1/+1 counter deck that's in green and white. What do I go? Oh, Botanical Brawler is perfect. So yeah, that's kind of just what I'm thinking of, but it's an uncommon. Most uncommons are very niche. Good in a very particular place, but not very good in a lot of other places. We finally made it to page 2, and it only took 2 hours. Oh dear Lord. I told you we were here for a long time. Brass's Bounty is getting a reprint, which is in the Clusier deck, which is great. Brass's Bounty is great. Brass's Bounty is great. It will end games. Brawn is getting a reprint in, I think, the +1/+1 counter deck, which seems a little weird because there's no self-mill strategy set. There's no self-mill in that deck, which is unusual. Brawn's not very good unless you have self-mill. Very good in self-mill decks. If you're actually casting this thing, don't, because it's a 3/3 with trample. So, seems like an odd choice for it, but as a card, this is a very good card. Breach the Multiverse. This is 5 black for a sorcery. Each player mills 10 cards. For each player, you choose a creature or planeswalker card in that player's graveyard. Put those cards onto the battlefield under your control. Then each creature you control becomes a Phyrexian in addition to its other types. So this is the big, crazy, ridiculous spell of the set. I don't quite understand the art, ironically. Like, I understand it's breaching the multiverse and there's the Realm Breaker going into all the holes and breaking through, but there's no Elesh Norn in it. It's very otherworldly, but in a weird way. That being said, I feel like this card, for a 7 mana do a big thing, this card is very particular. You want to be in a deck where you benefit from the mill, because the creatures that you can bring into play from this, it can't be any old creature that's in the graveyard. Actually, no, it can be. Yeah, no. Actually, this one is worded well. This one is worded in a way where if your opponents have big creatures in the graveyard, you can steal them all. Some of the cards you have to particularly choose a card from the cards milled in a particular way, in order the Gairudra effect, where you have to choose from like a set. In this case, it doesn't matter. So if you're playing a Reanimator deck and you're bringing your stuff back, and then you just get to pick all their stuff for free, that's super cool. But I do feel like you have to have a mill. You need to feel comfortable milling yourself for 10. 10 is not a small number. So you have to feel comfortable milling yourself for 10. And there's a lot of decks, especially in black, that are comfortable milling themselves for 10. But if you're not, I think the one notable thing is, dedicated Phyrexian decks, I think for this one might be discussing it with themselves. be like, do we put this card in, do we not put this card in? Because it does have the benefit where it turns all your creatures into Phyrexians, which means it dodges Elesh Norn's wipe effect, it dodges Jin-Gitaxias's bounce effect, all that kind of stuff. And so that is notable. You get all those Phyrexian synergies right off of this card. But yeah, powerful. This card is powerful. I'm not sure if it can end games per se, but you do get the best 4 cards in all the graveyards, and you do then set that up with milling 10. That being said, this is not going to be going into a generic good stuff deck. You do want to be playing with these synergies, and I think most of the cards in this set, generally speaking, in Commander, go for synergies over power level, unless you're playing CEDH. Synergies are just so much more fun. But yeah, so Breach the Multiverse, steal all your opponent's stuff, and also you get to mill yourself for a bunch. Brigand Stronghold, great land for the +1/+1 counter deck. Great inclusion. It's a reprint. All right, and now we have back-to-back face commanders from the face set. The first one is Bright Palm's Soul Awakener, which is 1, a red, a green, and a white for a 4/3 Fox Shaman with backup 1. When this creature attacks, double the number of +1/+1 counters on target creature. That creature can't be blocked this turn with power 2 or less. This card is really good. This card is... It's super interesting. I think it's really good. The fact that it just doubles the counters is kind of insane. This card's insane. You also can... The creature can also double the counters on itself. So you put a counter on it, and then it can double its own counters. Because notably, this ability here, if you put it on a different creature, it has haste. And then Bright Palm just has that ability anyway for your next attack if it does manage to survive. Yeah, so Bright Palm is really good. This is a really, really good card, and I believe that a lot of Commander people out there have talked about the fact this is a really good card, and surprise, it's a really good card. Yeah, this is a really cool deck. I don't think there's anything splashy to say about it. I guess notably, since it is a counter doubler in the command zone, if you have effects that utilize a lot of tokens, like I'm thinking like a Fertilid or something like that, it's just another counter doubler, which and being in the command zone, I don't know if there are that many counter doublers in the command zone outside of like Vorinclex or something like that. So yeah, Bright Palm, a lot of strong synergies. Next up, we have Bramaz, Blight of Oreskos. This is the face commander for the Phyrexian deck. This is 2, a white, and a black for a 3/4 Phyrexian cat. Whenever you cast a Phyrexian creature or artifact spell, incubate X or exit that mana. That spell's current mana cost. At the beginning of each end step, if a Phyrexian died under your control this turn, proliferate. This card is absurd. I think Bright Palm is technically stronger, but I like Bramaz more. Bramaz really kind of turns your deck of otherwise dinky Phyrexians into every single creature has its power and toughness doubled. But all of the doubled power and toughness is sitting in reserve in the background, waiting to emerge. And this card in particular really emphasizes that divide in which this deck, Wrath of God, does not end this deck's life. Quite the opposite. Wrath of God is going to be Wrath of God effects, if you're not playing like a mass shatter effect, really will struggle against Bramaz, because what happens is you wipe the board. They wipe the board of all the Phyrexians you put out. Oh well, next turn you pay 2 for all of them, for all your incubate tokens that have just been sitting on the sidelines, and then you crash in with those. And which is an interaction I've talked about a number of times, and I think is very good. Notably, Bramaz is also an artifact creature commander. Even though he specifically notes Phyrexians, he also specifically notes artifact creatures. So any artifact creature also works for him, which I don't think we have like a lot of artifact creature synergies in just white black by itself. But that is a really cool thing to note, is that this works with just artifact creatures, so you don't even have to go Phyrexians. Sure, you won't get the proliferate necessarily at the end step. Which, by the way, the fact that this has a proliferate tag attached to it, in addition to that, also you can proliferate all of your incubate tokens and then get additional counters for all of them, so that they're even scarier when they do inevitably wipe your board. I think that Burmaz really presents like a very cool, aggressive style deck that we have never seen before. Like, Bright Palm is aggressive, very all in, and that kind of stuff. And I think Bright Palm is, generally speaking, more aggressive, more proactive. In that case, probably better. But Burmaz, I do really love as the generic, as just a Phyrexian, just like engine. I do really like Burmaz. If I would, I don't think, I think the only other commanders excite me more than Burmaz, but I think Burmaz is like, I really like him. I like him. Burning Sun's Fury is one generic. Oh boy, you can tell I've been talking for 2 hours and 10 minutes on non-stop. Burning Sun's Fury is 1 and a red for an instant with Convoke. Up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 and gain haste until end of turn. This is in a very, very similar vein to the first new card I showed off, which was the 2 mana, give something +2/+2 and flying with Convoke. Which is, generally speaking, this card's really bad. Haste is more useful than flying, and you get to put it on 2 creatures instead of 1. But generally this card's very bad. But with the new case deck, this comes stapled fully with a very powerful, with a preordain attached to it. And because of that, I feel like this could be a very powerful engine. Also, if you're kind of in a sort of like a Zada Hedron grinder, like, because the other spell, which I don't even remember what it was, only goes in Feather as a possible thing. But notably in Zada Hedron grinder, if you have a bunch of creatures out, you can use this. I guess it's up to 2 creatures, so you just target Zada and then you target everything. Then you can like mass animate, because I think that deck really uses tokens. This one being in red and targeting multiple creatures both makes it better, and it just gives better things. 99% of the time, don't play this card. It's a random pump spell. But if you're in your Convoke deck, you're in your kind of, you want to give some stuff haste deck, I do think that you don't overlook this card. This card is sneaky good in those decks. But yeah. So yeah, don't overlook this card. I think it's a cool tech piece for a couple different card decks. Burnish Chart. We love our Burnish Charts. I don't even know what deck this is. I guess you can put it in your Burmaz deck and get a 3/3 invoke and incubate out of it. Cameo Vista. A little sad about the land cycle they chose, but oh well. Or this is for the commander decks. Reprint of the commander deck. Captive Weird. This is a blue for a 1/3 weird with Defender, and then for 3 and a Phyrexian red, you can transform it into Completed Conjurer. When this creature transforms into Completed Conjurer, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. So this is a weird card. The fact that it's in red means you can't even utilize the fact that it's a 1/3 defender in most of the defender decks. Because I would say, you would put this in something like, what is it? The draw card whenever you play defender guy, Arcadius. Arcades. It doesn't even go in that deck. For the 3 mana to get a thing off the top for the exile thing, like, it's just not super powerful. Is the problem. I think it's just like, it's not super powerful, but I like its abilities, but they're not in any of the colors I'd want them to be. Like, I want the defender half plus this in Bant, and I want this part in like Prosper colors. But instead, I'm just stuck with the abilities kind of being in the wrong color sleeve because I don't care about this in blue red. I guess the only question is this card in the kind of position where I want to put it in my? I have a Crackleburg, chaos, not chaos, but combo deck that really utilizes red green creatures, and I guess it's not bad in that you do get the extra card, but if that card is Crackleburn, then you just cry. I don't think that that card really likes rummaging. It does not like impulse draw, and it's not like impulse draw is really good in red because red doesn't get regular draw, but this is in blue, so you get regular draw. Blue does not have any issues with regular draw. So yeah, unfortunately, I just don't think this card is quite good enough, and it makes me sad. It makes me sad. If you're playing Weird Tribal, congratulations, you got a busted card in your Weird Tribal deck, but Weird Tribal really isn't a thing. Cataclysmic Gearhulk, good card if you want it, you know it. If you don't want it, you know it. Reprint. Champion of Lambholt is reprint, but this is a great reprint. This card's busted. Champion of Lambholt is busted. If you're not already playing it, Champion of Lambholt is really busted. Chandra Hope's Beacon. All right, I'm going to need to refill my water. Soon. The question is, do I refill my water before or after I talk about Chandra Hope's Beacon? Let's do before. Let's do before. I feel like I'm going to need to afterwards, but let's do before. All right, Chandra Hope's Beacon is 4 red for a 5 loyalty planeswalker. She has the passive ability of whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. This ability triggers only once each turn. Her +2 adds 2 mana of in any combination of colors to your mana pool. 2 free mana. Her no restrictions or anything. +1, you exile the top 5 cards of the library until the end of your next turn. You may cast an instant or sorcery spell from among them. And then her -X, she deals X damage to each of up to 2 targets. Chandra's really good. Chandra is really, really good. And honestly, you don't need to go past her first 2 abilities for her to be that good. She is only good. She's not good in a generic deck. She's not good in a generic Planeswalker deck. She is just good in she's good in Spellslinger decks. She's good in the 2 places that I'm thinking of her is I have a Will and Rowan Kenrith Planeswalker Storm deck, which loves Planeswalkers that produce mana, and also has played some spell synergies because it's an Izzet, and she's really good in that. My roommate has a Anhelo deck that just loves copying spells, and she's really good at that. And really is the fact that she's effectively 4 mana. She's 6 mana comp, but she brings back 2 mana at the bottom. And then you get the next spell you cast, because this isn't a first trigger, it triggers only once. Also, as is with a lot of the cards in this set, this is similar to Baral and Kari-Zev. She's really good if you cast an instant on your turn, an instant on first opponent, second opponent, third opponent's turn. Then you get to copy all of those because she triggers for each of them, but she only triggers on that one turn. So that's a really good spot, but it's going to be hard to do that after you play 6 mana Planeswalker. Even with her adding 2 mana. Her other 2 abilities are just gravy. And neither of them are bad. If you really need cards, and none of them are. Notably, she has no plus. She has no She has 2 pluses. She has no ultimate. Close thing to the ultimate you have is just railgunning 2 things, but that's more of you really need to deal with some stuff, remove. You really need cards in hand, you can exile 5 and one of them is an instant that you can cast. But generally speaking, I'm just bringing her down and making a bunch of mana and just using the fact that she has a million loyalty to keep herself alive. And people will be trying to target her. People will be trying to take her out, and I won't be caring because I'll already and yeah, she is easy. She doesn't defend herself unless you use her minus, in which place she becomes weaker. So you do have to build around that fact, but you have to protect her. But if you're protecting her, she's good. She is quite good. Do not underestimate Chandra. Do not underestimate Chandra. I think she's quite good in big spellslinger decks, and she is good in like Izzet style, avant-garde, Super Friends style decks. I don't think she's good in generic Super Friends decks. Her abilities just aren't quite powerful enough if you aren't taking advantage of that first ability. If you aren't taking advantage of that first copy, Insidious Sorcery copy, I don't think she's good enough because their other abilities really don't do enough. But if you can take advantage of it, absolutely put her in. I'm looking forward to her. All right, I'm going to quick run to the bathroom and refill my water. So I will be right back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I think that's the actual unmute. I have had issues in the past with occasionally unmuting stuff. So. Okay, yeah, but we're good. We're good. We are good. Okay. Moving on from Chandra Hope's Beacon to Change the Equation. This is they have a cycle of color hoses in this deck. Our favorites, uncommon color hoses. Change the Equation is 1 a blue for an instant. Choose one. Counter target spell with mana value 2 or less, or counter target red or green spell with mana value 6 or less. I don't particularly care for color hosers in Commander because Color hosers are best in sideboards, and you don't get a sideboard in Commander unless you're like a deck that changes the color of stuff, like a Scarecrow deck or something like an Urza deck, or not Urza, Blind Seer deck. You don't really color hosers, just I'm not a big fan of them because I don't know what colors I'm going to be running into over the course of the game or all the games. So change the equation really kind of falls into that little bit of a gap there. Might be good in CDH because most of the spells are mana value 2 or less, but there's just people just playing better counterspells in CDH. They don't need change the equation. It's the same CMC as counterspell. So I don't like it. I don't like it. And also the fact that even in its color hosing state, it's not just a straight up counterspell. It up to 6 mana or less. So this is just worse than counterspell most of the time. Sure, it doesn't require as many blue pips, but that shouldn't be. If that's your issue, you've got other things to worry about than countering green and red spells. I do not like this card. There's not. I'm often very forgiving for cards, as you can tell from the length of this review. But I don't like this card. I don't like it. Chant of the Vitsugazi is a reprint. Incredibly expensive Convoke card. I don't think it's good. This is in the Convoke deck, and I don't think it's good. You just cut this card. Chaos Warp. Always glad to have it. Chaotic Aether. This is a phenomenon from the Plane Chase cards, and I don't particularly care. Just go wild. It doesn't even show us new plane things, so I don't even have anything to say about that. Gasma Skulker notably creates squids for your multiple name token deck, which is cool. Now we're moving on to an actual new card. Chivalric Alliance is 1 in a white. Oh, this is from the commander deck. This is from one of the commander decks. This is the Knight commander deck. 1 in a white for an enchantment. Whenever you attack with 2 more creatures, you draw a card. And then for 2 mana, discard a card to create a knight. Which is cool. I think this card's actually decent. It's they're definitely finding a bunch of ways to try and give white card draw. And this will keep your engines going a little bit with white if you've got a number of creatures you can attack with. And it also creates knights and that kind of stuff. So, but the thing that I am most intrigued by with this card is this is another white card that discards cards. White has like a back hidden affinity with discarding cards, and they really haven't utilized this very much at all. They've not taken advantage of the fact that white loves discarding cards. And this is just another thing to keep in mind for when they finally give white a ton of discard synergies. Because this is, in a deck that cares about discarding, this is really good. You create creatures, and then you can refill your hand with attacking with those creatures. So, but we just don't have the support for it yet. So I think it's an alright card if you're attacking with a lot of creatures. Probably keep it in the Knights deck until you can get some serious card draw in there. Actually, probably just stays in the Knights deck anyway because it creates Knights. But the thing that I'm really looking for this card is this is another card that I'm kind of putting in my list at the back of my head for as soon as I see a really, really good white discard centric deck archetype. I'm going to have this card in mind. For further evidence for where I'm getting the idea of a white discard deck, it's the card I'm thinking of is it's from Eldraine. It's a 3 mana. It's a 4 mana 3/3 cow that when you discard it, you get a food token. It's like, why? That's weird wording. And there's a bunch of other random white cards that have to do with discarding. Look it up. And when that deck gets support, we're going in. Choke Estuary. It's a check land. Woo! That's the kind of land quality in our commander decks. Woo! Chomping Kavu. Chomping Kavu is 3 and a green for a 3/3 Kavu. Makes sense. With backup 1, and this creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. No. Sure, no. I mean, the thing that makes me really sad about Chomping Kavu is, you see this line of text? This line of text also happens to be in Bright Palm. It's buried underneath this really powerful ability to double the number of counters on it. Which makes Chomping Kavu really sad, because it's just worse. It's just worse. It's fine for your Kavu decks, I guess. And then that makes me sad is when a card is completely invalidated by a card in the exact same set. Okay, sure, it's not even power creep. It's just like, why do they print it? So yeah, Chomping Kavu, just wrong place, wrong time. Chrome Host Seed Shark, however, is not in the wrong place at the wrong time. And there's 2 and a blue for a 2/4 Phyrexian Shark with flying. And when you cast a non-creature spell, you incubate X, where X is that spell's mana cost. The mana value, convert mana cost, whatever. Hooey. This is basically the whole point of it is it's a Phyrexianized Shark Typhoon. Because this is one of the sharks from the Shark Typhoon that has become a Phyrexian. This card is really good. This card's really good. It's not ubiquitous, but it's really good. Notably, the fact that it's in blue means it can't go into the Phyrexian Incubate deck, so you have to find different places for it. But the fact that it says non-creature means it works really well with enchantments, works really well with artifacts. And that's the big one, is it works well with non-creature artifacts, which you're going to be producing with it. It's unlike Shark Typhoon, you're not going to have an army with this. The thing that Incubate doesn't do is it doesn't defend you. It's really good at creating a board that's hidden, and then when they deal with the existing board, you get to jump out of nowhere. But it's not good at filling a massive board and then using it as like a wall to keep your opponents from attacking. A lot of times, Shark Typhoon in kind of the Storm Spell Slinger, Artifact Slinger, Planeswalker Slinger decks that I've seen it in is really good because as an addition to them just casting their spells, they're just getting this massive board that nobody can get through. Chrome Host Seed Shark doesn't have that same synergy. It's not able to defend you, because all the Incubate tokens require another 2 mana, and you're not going to be wanting to put the 2 mana into the Incubate value to flip them. However, there are some decks where this is really good because you do get an artifact. Like, let's say you're playing the mono blue Urza. You can tap all those artifacts for blue mana, which is absurd. Of course, I think that there are more like powerful versions of Urza that are probably not going to be playing the cards like Chrome Host Seed Shark, but a man can dream. I guess if you're playing any kind of a deck that can utilize making a bunch of artifacts, like sacrificing them for various abilities or something like that, and then if you have a couple extra lying around that you can then turn into attackers upon your next couple turns, yeah, there are things that you can do with this card. It is one you have to analyze going into your deck and be like, okay, you can't use it as a way to defend yourself, but you can use it as another like engine that goes alongside your other engines. So it's kind of in a similar place to Puppet Stitcher, but I would argue it's very similar to Puppet Stitcher. You can't use it to defend yourself, but you can use it as an aggressive piece. So yeah, I think it has uses. Ironically, one of the places it's not very good in is Shark Tribal. It's not a very good Shark Tribal deck because, well, one, there aren't a lot of good sharks to begin with, but also they're creatures and it doesn't interact with them. Cinderglade, woo! We love Cinderglade. Reprint. City on Fire. This is 5 red for an enchantment with Convoke, and if a source you control would deal damage to a player, a permanent or player, it deals triple that damage instead. So this is the I'm forgetting what it's called. There's a 6 mana enchantment that does this. Except this is 8 mana. Except it has Convoke. I think that basically evens out to the fact that it is a second copy of the tripling damage enchantment. So if you like the tripling damage enchantment and you get enough creatures out that you can get another one of them, that's cool. Elsewise, you probably don't play it. Unfortunately, it's like you have to be able to convoke it out. I guess it is notable that if you have a wide board, unlike the Imperosaur that we saw earlier, what you do is you make a wide board of tokens, you tap them all to bring this out, and then your opponent either wipes the board of all your tokens or gets rid of the city on fire, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with both of them. Unlike with the Imperosaur, where you're walking all of your payoff and where you're walking your engine and your payoff both into a board wipe. Here you get to develop an engine payoff away from your creature, so that the creatures can get board wiped, but you still have your engine payoff out. And then, of course, if you're able to then untap with it and all those creatures, well, then the game is over. But I think in that regards, the cost is the cost versus having the utility of getting to convoke it out is worth it. But that's about it. I think if you just play it for an additional tripling damage, this does make. I did run into a deck that was a weird Boros Mill Mass Reanimate enchantment deck that used the tripling damage enchantment with Purphoros and Opalescence to just mow your opponents down in one turn, bringing them all back with like a Replenish or something or a Brilliant Restoration. And this is just another card for that deck. But yeah, so there's homes for it, but it is very expensive. You have to think about it a little bit more. Cloud of Fairies with this is an old card. This is a reprint, but it's got brand new cool art from Eldraine. Great, cool, love it. Actually, I really don't know why this is here. I don't. I guess it's in the Convoke deck because you get more stuff. Okay. Collective Nightmare is 2 and a black for an instant with Convoke, and target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Okay. If you're in a go wide black deck, sure, you can use it as a removal spell, but I think there's now 2 cards with Convoke that just destroy a creature in black. So -3/-3 is a little underwhelming. Minus, unless it's like absurd numbers, is just not good in Commander. It's just not impactful enough, even if it has Convoke. So if you're looking, we'll see there's one in this set that's Destroy, and then there's another one from one of the Modern Horizons sets that is Convoke, Destroy a creature. And those are just way better than Collective Nightmare by doing effectively the same range of thing. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it's quite good enough. And it's not in the colors as the Convoke deck, so. Combine Chrysalis. This is from one of the modern, I think it's from one of the Modern Horizons sets. Just a weird creature token support card as a reprint. Get to make 4/4s and stuff like that. Yeah, it's good for your Adrex and Nev decks. Actually, well, not my Adrex and Nev deck, but maybe your Adrex and Nev deck. If you know it, you know it. If you don't know it, okay. Coming in hot is 1 red for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+1 against first strike until end of turn. Scry 1. This would be good in sort of like the Feather style decks, but I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of cards that instead of scrying 1, you just get to draw a card, and that's just better. I do love. So I don't think in the actual game itself, maybe Zada style decks where you get to populate it amongst all your creatures, and you get a billion scries. But then since you're in mono red, you don't have as many cantrip only cards. So maybe a couple scries to buff it up is nice. The thing that I really like about this card is actually the story. So the moment in the story is Chandra and Ren have gone to New Phyrexia to try and take down the Phyrexians from the inside out, And while they're there, they meet up with Koth and Melira and the rest of the Murins and Urabrask to try and launch a revolution. And the really funny thing is, if you think about it, we've got Chandra, who's mono red. We've got Ren, who's red green. We've got Koth, who's mono red. We have Urabrask, who's mono red. And we have Melira, who is green and gained some white in this thing. So we just have a mono red mindset, and they're all trying to strategize what the heck to do, and all of them are mono red, and they're just like, yeah, we'll just throw ourselves across this chasm in a glorious pile of like burning debris. And it's like, how did we get into it? It's so funny comparing this to Jace having this great masterful mono blue plan to take down Phyrexia, and it does nothing and fails spectacularly, and we just end up in a position where all the brain cells are mono red, and they're just like chucking everything at the problem to see what fits. I just really enjoyed that fact of just how you just end up with this mono red just group of characters just coming in and trying to take down Elesh Norn. It was really funny. I don't think they would have succeeded unless like a number of things had to go right because of the plans. Like they needed the Elspeth Deus Ex Elspeth to come in, and then they needed to get to Teferi, who would put up the plan and the time thing. But, Red did its job, and Red did its job of, doing the impossible and actually getting there. Just once it was in a pickle and needed some help getting out. But it was just funny having a bunch of mono red characters just being like, what's the best plan? I know, let's stand on some molten level and throw ourselves across this chasm. I just love that. But the card itself is just very niche. Commander's Sphere, Commander's Tower. You know them, you love them, you hate them. They've been printed all the time. Alright. Completed Huntmaster. Moving on to new cards. This is 2 and a black for a 2/3 Phyrexian Elf Warrior. This is for 1, and you can tap it to sacrifice another creature or artifact to incubate 3. There's about 2 places I see this being useful in. Elves is not one of them. Spoiler, Elves is not one of them. The first one is, it's great in the Phyrexian deck with Ramaz. That should be self-explanatory. It is notable that it is actually kind of good in like an artifact-style sacrifice deck, since you can turn like a random clue or food or something like that you have lying around into a 3/3, into a 3-mana 3/3, effectively. So that's notable, but it's not necessarily that good, but it is notable. It is notable if you're kind of doing a lower level artifact, like a lower power level, like 5, 6. I do think it gets up to 6 in those decks, and then it's just very, very good in the Ramaz deck. Just very good in the Ramaz deck, or any of the Incubate style decks. But I think it does have some uses in like lower power level artifact sacrifice decks. Complete the Circuit is 5 and a blue for an instant with Convoke. You may cast sorcery spells this turn as though they had flash. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell twice. You may choose new targets for the copies. This is just a good old Spell Slinger Timmy big card. I love this card. I don't think it's very good, but I love it. It's notable. It's the fact that it has Convoke helps a little bit, but oftentimes the decks that are going to be casting it aren't going to have that many creatures out. It's just just a fair warning. Unless, these Convoke cards are really putting the emphasis on cards like the the Third Path Iconoclast, and also Kykar. Those are great cards in Jeskai colors that if you're doing like the Spellslinger stuff and you want to go big, those help out a lot. And they help with this. But unless you're playing those creature production engines with Complete the Circuit, I guess Complete the Circuit also works really well with what is it? The Magecraft Create a Treasure Token. I can't believe I'm forgetting its name. But that card, very good with this card because you get to repay it. So it's almost free. That card almost makes this free, and then you can just cast the next instant or sorcery and do a bunch of crazy stuff. Copying twice is powerful. And then if you can put in a Twinning Staff, you can put in some other effects, you get some stuff. But it is expensive. So you do have to be able to make the tokens to pay for this, because if you're just paying the 6 straight up for this, it can suffer a little bit. But yeah, I like it. But it is for a very particular type of deck. I it might be good in the Convoke deck too, because it has Convoke, but you're just kind of grasping for Convoke straws at that point. Conclave Mentor. We love our tons of counter stuff. Very, very good reprint in the counters deck. Conclave Sledge Captain. 5 and a green for a 4/4 with backup, backup, and backup. It has trample, and when this creature deals combat damage to a player, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. This card's absurd. This card is absurd. So the backups all give the abilities separately. So what this means is when it comes down, each of these trigger separately, and you can put them on different creatures, or you can stack them. So you can either have 3 creatures out. Let's say 3/1/1s, you back up 1 on all 3 of them. They gain a 2/2. They become 2/2s. Then they gain trample, and then when they deal combat damage, you put 2 more counters on them. So then all of a sudden you've made your 3/1/1s into a board of 2/2, into a board of 4/4s, which is crazy. And then, or if you have a 1/1 and then you back up, you make it into a 4/4, and then you attack it, and then you attack in with this 4/4, and then the next ability triggers 3 times because it has that 3 times, and so that makes it into a, I guess it would grant it 12 power, so then it becomes a 16/16. So it can make a 1/1 by itself into a 16/16, or 3 1/1s into 4/4s. So, and then it itself is just sitting around with like, yeah, if I deal damage, I also just get a bunch of counters. See, this card's absurd. This card is frankly absurd. This card is really good in both the backup deck, which interesting ways in which you can stack these counters in regards to the commander, the fox. I think it's Bright Paws. And you just get so many counters. You can just get, because you can then put that many counters on it and then double those counters. And it's just, there's a lot of counter doubling in this set. There's a lot of counter doubling. The other thing that this goes in, which is notable, is this is really good in like a Ukima and Kazir deck. My roommate has one of those. You put the backups all in Ukima, and you swing in, and it's just like, oh, yep, and it just becomes absolutely enormous, because at that point it's 5. It swings in for 5, unblockable, triggers the 3 times, and you put 15 more counters on it, and now it's just threatening to kill people every single combat. This card is really good. This card is really, really good. So, +1/+1 counter decks. If you're getting up to 6 mana, I got a friend for you. Conclave Tribunal. Interesting card. Very good in the Convoke deck reprint. I do think this is one of the best Convoke cards that have existed before this set. So yeah, keep an eye out for that one. Conjurer's Mantle is 1 and a white for an artifact equipment. It has +1/+1 and vigilance. And when it attacks, look at the top 6 cards of the library. You reveal a card that shares a creature type with that creature from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest of the bottom of your library in random order, and it equips for 1. This is kind of like a weird card draw-esque equipment that is good in a creature, in like a deck that has a lot of different, that has a tribal deck. It's not a lot of decks that I can see this going in. I mean, there's a couple equipment. There's a number of equipment that do synergize well with creatures that share a type. I think the best type to have those in is either a core tribal deck or a cat tribal deck, because there's a lot of cats that utilize equipment synergies. But unless you're doing one of those, I wouldn't recommend it. It seems a little weak. I mean, to be fair, it does equip for one. It just seems slow. It seems slow. This Conjurer's Mantle. I don't think it's bad, but it seems like you have to really want it. You have to really, really want it. Yeah. Not the best, but not the worst. Constable of the Realm. This is a new card? I think this is a new card. Yeah, this is a new card from one of the commander sets. For 4 and a white for a 3/3 giant soldier. It has Renown, which is when a creature deals when it deals combat damage to a creature, or no, when it deals combat damage to a player, not a battle, notably not a battle. If it isn't renowned, you put 2+1/+1 counters on it. It becomes renowned. And whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on it, you exile another up to another non-land permanent until it leaves the battlefield. So this is really notable in the fact that if you can repeatedly put +1/+1 counters on it, you can exile your opponent's entire board. Yes, that is how this works. Which is a little absurd. Yes, you had to pay 5 mana for a 3/3, and it doesn't do anything when it comes to the battlefield. But if you're able to begin putting all the counters on it through either your backups or you have like a Cathar's, oh heaven forbid you have a Cathar's Crusade out with this thing. Or you have like your grafting counters onto it. There's a lot of ways to put counters onto it. And it will decimate your opponent's boards. That being said, if you can't take advantage of your opponent's boards when they're decimated, your opponents will kill this thing and everything will come back. So that is something to be aware of. Because it becomes the ultimate banisher priest, and all of a sudden everybody is trying to get rid of your Constable of the Realm. And you're like, no, but please. And then it leaves the battlefield, and then you cry because your entire board just gets... Or the opponents just have this massive board all of a sudden. And all of your hard work has gone for naught. So I think it's very powerful. It's risky, but it's powerful. This will, especially at lower power levels, if people aren't playing the removal, this will end games. This Constable of the Realm. But generally speaking, I think it's maybe a little too weak for most higher level card power levels. But I suggest trying it out. Try it out. Just try it out. Consuming Aetherborn, 3 and a black for a 2/2 Aetherborn vampire with backup 1 and lifelink. Don't try this out. Unless you are playing the Aetherborn deck, because Aetherborn don't have a lot of good cards in it. There aren't a lot of good Aetherborn. So if you're playing the janky Aetherborn deck, great. Otherwise, don't play this. I guess maybe, again, that Ukima deck and Kazir deck, you want to give Ukima lifelink for a turn, but then you just play, actually, I guess the Abzan Battle Priest is in white, so you could give a single big creature lifelink. You could, at the expense of 4 mana for a 2/2. But this is black. There's so many ways to give creatures lifelink in black. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. You really have to just be, like, Aetherborn Tribal, unfortunately, and I don't think it's good. Converter Beast. This is a weird card. This is a really weird card. It's 3 and a green for an 0/1, but when it enters the battlefield, you incubate 5. So with this one, you don't get the synergy of this one. You basically sacrifice your immediate board for having a massive board later in the terms of the creatures. Incubate 5 is big. What hurts this card is the fact that it's green. Most of the good Incubate cards are in black and white. And those are the ones that can really flip the Incubate token for free or create a bunch of Incubate tokens or stuff. And this is sitting out here in green like, hi guys, I exist. And it's like, ooh, you're not good. It's not good. It's not good in a generic deck. I just think it's just so close. It's like if this was in green or black, if this was in black or white, I would be like loving it. But why is it in green? It doesn't do anything in green. I think if you stretch your Incubate deck into green, and I do know that the green black archetype has some synergies. I think there's a Gissa who has some incubate stuff, and not Gissa, Glissa. I think Glissa. There's a Glissa who has some incubate synergies, and this might be good in that deck maybe, but it's an 0-1. And I think that Vermaz is just better, so if you want to go incubate, you go there. It's just unfortunately in the wrong colors. I think it's just in the wrong colors. I like it. I think it's just slightly in the wrong colors. Copper Host Crusher is 6 green for an 8/8 Phyrexian Bear Rhino with Trample and Hexproof. Big boy. Big boy Hexproof is notable. Do not underestimate your big Hexproof creatures. If you're playing a budget Reanimator deck, this is great in that. Otherwise, there are just a lot of big boys that are a lot better than this big boy, unfortunately. So, I have played, trust me, I've played big Hexproof beasts before. And they can be surprisingly good. But that was a long time ago. So yeah, Copper Host Crusher. Corpse Knight is 2/2 for a zombie knight. Oh, actually, why am I reading it? This is a reprint. Pretty good card. Very good in the Knight stack. I like my Corpse Knight. Corrupted Conviction is a black for an instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. This is what is it? Village Rites. This is Village Rites. Which Village Rites is alright. What's notable is now it's a second Village Rites because it has a different name. So your commander deck can now play 2 Village Rites. Plus you can get the one from the really good one from Adventures in the Forgotten Realms. So now you have 3 of these effects. So the curve on the sacrificing a fodder creature to draw 2 cards is just going down and down and down. And I think we're starting to get to this critical mass where we can just begin as long as we have a creature out, drawing so many cards. Just so many cards. Yeah, no, it's quite good. The thing is, it's not like a ton of card advantage, but it replaces itself and gives you an additional card. And that's nothing to scoff at. Alright, Corruption of Tawashi. This is 4 and a blue for an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, incubate 4. Whenever a permanent you control transforms or a permanent enters the battlefield under your control transformed, you may draw a card. Do this only once each turn. So this is the first support piece we are seeing for the blue-green transform mechanic. And this is both an absolute centerpiece of that deck, and it's not very good. And the problem, I think that the blue-green transform draft archetype that's in this set is really something for us to take a note. Be like, oh yeah, we've got all these interesting cards. Take a note, stash it away, and put it away somewhere in the back of our heads. Wait for like a really good commander or a really good, like, just the right set of synergies to bring back out and build a really cool deck over. Corruption of Tawashi. Corruption of Tawashi. Really, I think the fact that it being card draw is nice. Being card draw is nice, but it is expensive, and it only works once each turn. That being said, there's a lot of things that this will trigger off of. If you're playing werewolves, and you will get access to the green werewolves in this deck, you can get it to be flipping on other people's turns. So that's a way. The corruption, the incubate counters, it gives you a 4/4. That is notable. And if you have the 2 mana, you flip that on one of the turns when you don't have a werewolf flipping, you get a draw card. Of course, you can on your turn you can use the flip cards from Ixalan to flip into lands. That's pretty good. Flip planeswalkers. That's good. So there's battles. Those flip. That's good. So you can get a pretty serious number of cards off this thing if you can get your engines rolling. But it is expensive, and it's not like blue is hurting for card draw. So I do think if you're going for the jank of building the Simic transform mechanic, go for it. It could be an interesting deck, but I also think it's one that we just have to wait a little bit longer for. Just give them a couple more. Maybe the next time we go to Innistrad, we might have enough things coming around. But it is inevitable. I guess. No. That's not transform. Okay, but yeah. So this is the kind of thing to keep in the back of your mind. Not amazing, but to keep it in the back of mind. Cosmic Hunger. 1 and a green for an instant. Target creature deals damage equal to its power to another target creature, planeswalker, or battle. There's two notable things. This one, you can have it deal damage directly to battles. If you have a big creature and you have a battle you really want to flip, you can use this card to flip that battle, which just cements the Gruul colors as the best battle colors. You can really kind of hone in on some of the battles with this, and I think that's honestly, and it's a removal spell in addition to that. Like we've seen this kind of removal spell before. It's in green. It's not new. But the fact that it can go after battles, so if you are trying to build around battles, that's cool. The thing that I'm really upset about is that this is the only reference to Koma in the entire set. They have a corrupted Koma and they just never put it anywhere in the set. Just okay. I wanted to see that. Please? But no. No, they're not going to give us a card for corrupted Koma. Which makes me pretty upset. Because I love Koma. And I'm sad that we didn't get to see it. So, I guess we'll have to settle with it flipping all of our battles. Coveted Jewel. This is a reprint. You know it. You love it. You blink it. You get a bunch of cards off of it. Crack Open. 2 and a green for a sorcery to start target artifact or enchantment. You create a treasure token. This thing is probably better than I want to admit it is. Because creating a treasure token is nothing to scoff at. This is a common from a commander thing. What set is this? This is probably in the tokens things. Yeah, this card's absurd. It is sorcery speed, and it's absurd. This card's absurd. Like, do not underestimate treasure production. Minimum, if you have a token doubler out of any kind, you just destroy one of your treasures and you get 2 back. That's minimum. And that's not even imagining the fact that your opponents are also going to be playing enchantments and artifacts of their kinds, and so you get a bunch of treasure tokens off that. If you're playing a spell slinger deck that can copy this, and you get treasure tokens for each of the copies, like, this is why treasure tokens are absurd, is they scale so quickly on such innocuous cards. It's not the best artifact enchant removal in the world, but I think the fact that it can create treasure tokens is very good. I think it's very good and should not be underestimated. Yeah, so I'll be trying to put this in a number of my decks. Just seeing if there's a home for it. Yeah. It probably replaces, not like, it won't replace Beast Within, but will replace more generic destroy target artifact and enchantment if I have one. Because it's just better. Cragmaster Yeti. This is 4 red for a 4/2 Yeti with Mountain Cycling, a backup 2 and Trample. So you can give something else Trample. I think that the only place that this is really relevant is if you care about the Mountain Cycling. I do have some decks that I like cycling in. And so you can Mountain Cycle it as like, this is I love my terrible cycling cards. That's it. That's really it. You can, I guess it can come down as a 6/4 if you really want to, or give something else trample and +2 counters. No, you really just want it to be a you really just want it as this Mountain Cycler and nothing else. It's not very good. Crystal Carapace is 3 and a green for an aura enchanted creature. That creature gets +3/+3 and has Ward 2 and it has Cycling 2, which is pretty good. I mean, you get the Ward, but this is also very niche. Another very, very niche card. I think we're starting to get to some cards. I'm just like I can't talk my way out of saying this card is pretty mediocre. Um, yeah, I don't think like you can cycle it, which is nice as a nice alternative, but I don't think there's really a home for it. Cultivate reprint, caravans, cultivator caravans reprint, and Curse of Opulence reprint. Thank goodness. We get some more gold, notably for the multiple token names decks, which this is being reprinted in. Gold is different than treasure. Gold is not very common, but it is different than treasure. It is actually better than treasure. Can you believe it? It is actually better than treasure because it doesn't need to tap in order to get the mana. It's just something to note that your gold and your treasure are not the same, especially if you're utilizing different token names. Cut short. Rest in Phyresis Tamiyo, I guess. Is 2 and a white for an instant with Convoke that destroys a target planeswalker that activated this turn or a tapped creature. That's awfully narrow. That is awfully narrow. The other Convoke cards that I pointed out earlier, kind of their saving grace is they could do something proactive. This can't really do something proactive. You can't really convoke into this and then do something with the fact that you've convoked into this. And activating it on Planeswalker just seems incredibly narrow. Especially because it only activate the... It is a cool design space that they're opening up, but it is very, very, very narrow. So yeah, I'm not sure if this is something you want to play. It's probably not bad in the Convoke deck if you just want a super, super, super high density number of Convoke cards. This is a removal spell, and you can do a lot worse than a removal spell. It's just super narrow. Yeah, so just a super, super narrow card. Cutthroat Negotiator is 2, a blue and a red for a 4/3 Auric Pirate with Parlay. When it attacks, each player reveals the top card of the library. For each non-land card revealed this way, you create a tapped treasure token. Then each player draws a card. So Cutthroat Negotiator is interesting. I'm a little sad that its Parlay trigger is on attack, but that makes sense in Pirates. This is good. This is a good pirate. So if you're playing the Grixis Pirates deck, which is probably going to be getting a lot of support in the winter when we get Ixalan, this seems pretty good there. That seems like a really, really good card in that position. Doesn't seem particularly good in traditional Closure. Because you have to attack with it and get around to that point. You could reveal a maximum of 4 treasure tokens, or you could get none. It's not very reliable. Every player gets a draw card, so Group Hug decks will probably want this. Although the weird thing is that Group Hug probably doesn't want to be attacking. The Group Hug can just, utilize all that stuff. Is this card bad? I'm not sure. I think it's best in a pirate deck. No. In pirate decks, this is really good. Even though you're giving your opponents a card, you're going to be getting a number, at least on average, 2 treasure tokens off of this. And in that case, it's just super, super good, and you want to be attacking in those style of decks. I think its weaknesses more come around when you're instead talking about all of the things that aren't pirate decks. Treasure, if you're just trying to use the treasure decks, you're just trying to use the Parlay draw card effect, the attack trigger does hurt this card a lot. But in Pirates, I think this card's pretty good in Pirates. Dance with Calamity. It was just another day on Innistrad. How is there anyone still alive on Innistrad? How on earth is there anyone still alive on Innistrad? Just so many bad things have happened to this plane, and I don't think it was that populated anyway. I don't know how anyone still lives on this plane. I can't believe it. But in this case, the volcano going off is 7 and a red for a sorcery. You shuffle your library, and as many times as you choose, you may exile a top card of your library. If the total mana value of the cards exiled this way was 13 or less, you may cast any number of spells from among those cards without paying their mana costs. So, This is kind of a weird alternative. I've heard compared to Ad Nauseum, which this is not Ad Nauseum by any saying. Hey, thanks for the follow, Shane. I appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the content. But yeah, this is nowhere close to uh this is nowhere, this isn't even in the same ballpark as Ad Nauseum. You can get 13 mana of stuff for free, or up to 13 mana if you risk it and you get there, and you're able to pull it off. 13 is that's a bit of a narrow number depending on what is. You're playing an 8 mana card. You're playing an 8 mana card, which is not for 13 mana, 8 for 13. So you get +5 on your mana potentially. Um which is notable. Lands are free, but you won't be able to play them, but they won't hurt either. So more lands is good. This could be really funny. I've one deck that I've kind of been thinking about a lot recently is the a deck that plays a lot of zero drops. I've seen some people online play this deck. I've kind of thought about it, that you're just playing a bunch of like Ornithopters and Mishra's Baubles and stuff like that. And Dance with Calamity is really good in those decks where you just keep flipping and most of your deck is 0 mana. But yeah, it's it's interesting. It's an interesting card. It for 8 mana it might not be good enough, but I can see having a lot of fun in like a Prosper style deck where you manage to like flip over a couple of cards that are really good and you cast them for free from exile and you get some treasure tokens, and it's a big payoff. And you do get them for free. So, but it's also risk. It's also risk, and you have to really build your deck around it. But I think there's some fun things you can do with this card. I'm glad it's printed. Darksteel Splicer. I mentioned earlier that I'm excited for the splicers in this set. And when I said I'm excited for the splicers in this set, I meant the splicer in this set. And by the splicer, I meant this splicer. This is 6 and a white for a 1/1 Phyrexian Artificer that when it enters the battlefield, when for Darksteel Splicer or another non-token Phyrexian enters the battlefield, under your control, you create X 3/3 colors Phyrexian Golem artifact creature tokens where X is the number of opponents you control and, or you don't not control, opponents you have, and golems you control of indestructible. Oh boy! This is the card that is super happy that all the splicers have now been errated to be Phyrexians. This card is absurd. This card is genuinely absurd. No joke. I love it. I love it to death. At the very minimum, it's 7 mana for 10/10 worth of power. And it protects your golems. And then if you have other Phyrexians, which you're playing the Splicer deck, you probably do, or it's in the, this card is in the Bramaz commander deck. So that also has a lot of Splicers. Darksteel Splicer is just going to create so many tokens, so many golems, and I love it. This is the golem creator if ever I saw one. All the golems, all coming out, all wrecking your opponents. So yeah, this is the card that really got me reinvested in the Splicer archetype. And so if you're building the Splicer archetype, put this in. I think it's even good in the Phyrexian archetype, just general Phyrexian archetype. Because it's 10 power for 7 mana. Like, that's a lot of power. And it's wide. So I think it's worth it. If you're going into, is it worth it for like other decks? I'm not sure if it's worth it for other token decks is the thing, unless, because like 7 mana for 9 power, there you start to also get to like Tristani Summoner, and stuff like that when you just get to generic token decks. There's also I'm forgetting what it was, but it was from the newest Innistrad set that gives your tokens Death Touch and creates a 2/2, a 3/3, and a 4/4, which is the same amount of power, but that one has some more utility than this. Golems having indestructible isn't necessarily super important, but no, I think this is a good card. I think this is a good card. Deadly Derision is 2 black for an instant. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Create a treasure token. This card seems decently good. This card seems deceptively good. There's another card that did a very similar thing. I can't remember it. That was also 2 black to destroy a creature and get a treasure token. You already know that I love treasure tokens. This is beginning to reach kind of the upper limits of like my cost of, okay, this gives a treasure token. Is it worth it? But it's also decently good. If you're a dedicated treasure deck, I think you might want this card. You might be interested in this card. Yeah. I think this is this might be worth it. This might be worth it, but it's don't go crazy on it. I think this might just be a little bit too inefficient. It does go after planeswalkers, which is notable, but also planeswalkers aren't necessarily the type you want to go after in Commander, but it is an option if you want to. Death Greeters Champion for 2 and a red for 2/1 human warrior with dash. This is from one of the Commander decks. Dash being you can cast it for its dash cost, and then it has haste, and then it's returned to your hand at the beginning of the end step. It has backup and it has double strike, so you can bring it out, it has double strike, give something else double strike, and especially in the deck it comes out with, you can give double strike to creatures that have doubled the powers, and then the tokens and the counters are doubled, and then when they deal combat damage, they double their counters, and then they get counters for every, like, that deck's Timmy level is so high, it is not even funny. If you're looking for big numbers and big punch, then you get the Naya backup deck. Elsewise, I think this is just a fine card. I do think you really need to be putting it into a deck that can really take advantage of the double strike. The dash part is really cool, but it is going to be a little bit more mana intensive since it is more expensive. But I do think that there's some cool things you can do with this card. I think this. I don't think this is like super powerful, and I don't think this goes into every red deck or every human deck or every warrior deck. It might be good in a lot of warrior decks. But if you can take advantage of that double strike, and if you have some big beaters that you can really take advantage of the double strike, I do think that this is something that you can definitely take advantage of. And I think it's a good card. I think it's a good card. Nothing to sniff at. Deeproot Wayfinder is 1 and a green for a 2/3 Merfolk Scout. When it deals combat damage to a player or a battle surveil 1, then you may return a land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. This card is kind of really good. It is notable that it has to deal combat damage, so it has to attack. So you need to have it survive a rotation and then go attack someone and get past their blockers. But if you do get to that step, if you do those requirements, it's pretty good, actually. This card's actually, it works well in the land-style discard decks, which has a little bit of support in this set, and it works both in the Jund versions and in the new Teamer version. This is the kind of card that Borborygmos and Thibblethip is very happy has gotten printed. This also seems like a pretty good Merfolk, and we know that we're going to Ixalan coming up, and so there's going to be even more green-blue Merfolk support, and this just becomes kind of like a weird card advantage engine in just a general Merfolk deck, because you have the 2-mana 2/3. So, yeah, I think that this card, like, it's not like an all-star, but, like, I think this is a good, like, curve filler, and can really help you lower your curve, and kind of goes alongside there's that one Merfolk that returns all your lands to the battlefield when it dies from your graveyard, that mills 3. It kind of goes in that same kind of style of deck, and I think there's something there. And it's 2 mana. It's 2 mana, so not a lot of investment. So it can actually come out early and start attacking, but it might be low impact later in the game. But I like it. Deluxe Dragster is 4 and a blue for a 4/3 vehicle. It can't be blocked except by vehicles because it's so dang fast. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may cast a target instant sorcery card from that player's graveyard without paying its mana cost. If you would that whoa. The dragster is just racing through my mind, and I'm not even reading the words. Whenever Deluxe Dragster deals combat damage to a player, you may cast a target instant or sorcery card from that player's graveyard without paying its mana cost, and then if that spell would be put into the graveyard, exile it instead, and it has crew 2. I think the only home for this, I think this is in I don't remember which deck this is in, but whatever deck it's in, it's not very good in. I think the only deck this is really good in is kind of the blue-white vehicles decks that kind of came around because of Kamigawa. This is really good in those decks because it's difficult to block, and then you just get a ton of utility out of the fact that you're dealing combat damage to them. If they're a spell slinger deck, you can just steal some massive spell, which is crazy. But other than that, it's 5 mana, which is expensive, and a crew 2 and doesn't have haste. So I think its uses are limited. You probably play this in kind of like the steal your stuff decks, where you're just like, take your thing, ha. But yeah, I think you really need to have the synergies of vehicles alongside it to really go for it. And then the deck, I don't know what deck it's in, but the deck it's in, it's bad in. So you can cut it and instead put it in a different deck. But yeah, it's a fun card. And I do love the fact we have new Capenna cards here in addition to everything else. I mean, I just love the chaos of how many of all the worlds coming together and just how chaotic the set is because we're just seeing so many random characters and people and things, and I do love the chaos. Despark, great reprint. Devouring Light, great reprint for the Convoke deck, although it does have that same issue of not having initiative, similar to the other spell that we covered, the other destroy spell. Dismal Backwater, play more game lands. Distant Melody, cool new art with its reprint. Super, super cool art. And good reprint. Glad to see this reprinted. I'm looking forward to this in some decks, and you can draw in with knights in this one. Disturbing Conversion is 1 in a blue for enchantment aura with flash. Enchant creature, it enters the battlefield. Each player mills 2 cards, and enchanted creature it's minus X minus O, where X is the number of cards in its controller's graveyard. This is a in some situations is actually surprisingly good. There's a 1 mana aura that does a similar thing in Shadows over Innistrad that I use to great effect. The thing is with Commander is you have to put it on a creature that cares about its power. If you don't put it on a creature that cares about its power, that just has a lot of creatures in Commander have like abilities that they care about, then it's bad. Then you just play a different effect, like a destroy effect or a bounce effect or a exile effect or a turn it into a frog effect or something like that. But if you have an opponent who's like really, really dedicated to just like, if you're worried about creatures attacking you, it's fine. It's fine. It mills too, so it fuels itself. It fuels its own removal. I don't think it's excellent, but I also know that this effect is better than it looks. This will... Okay, so the baseline is this will nullify an attacker, but it won't do much more else. So if you're looking for something to nullify attacker, this is great. If you're looking for something more, then don't go for this. Jeru and Hazoret. 2 red, and a white for a 5/4 human god. As long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, Jeru and Hazoret has vigilance and haste, and whenever it attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may exile a legendary creature card from among them, put the rest of the body library in a random order, until in turn you may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost. This card's actually absurd. It has a bit of stiff competition from that one dwarf, Boros dwarf, that makes token copies of Legends in Boros in particular, so I don't know quite how good of a commander it is. Although, notably, you can play some big, greedy, legendary creatures in this deck that you wouldn't be able to play in that deck, because You can just charge on it. Although it is a bit of a contradiction in the fact that you want to have few cards in your hand so it has haste. But you want to play big, expensive legends in your deck. So that does create kind of a little bit of a dichotomy, which the deck will struggle with as the commander. In the 99, this card is absolutely absurd. This card is insane. This card is absolutely insane. In the 99, you just get more free legends like Joda decks and the guy I mentioned earlier. I don't remember his name, but you make a token copy of this and then you get two of them, and then in Legendary Tribals Matters decks are getting so much support over the last couple of sets, and they will be continuing to get so much support. And this card is just another level of that. The fact that you get to cast it without its mana cost is insane. This card's just really good. In the 99, this card's really good. I think so. In the 99, really good. As a commander itself, I'm a little bit more iffy on it because there is that kind of competition. I think you can if you're fine with it sticking around for a little bit, if you're fine with just like equipping it with Swiftfoot Boots with haste effects, which it's red, you can get a bunch of haste effects, and you're not worried about getting the one or fewer cards in hand, then I think it might be good, and you can get some big legends off of it, which I think could be really fun. It's a fun and slightly unique play pattern. But I think you're going to struggle to give itself haste through its own ability if you are really fully taking advantage of that legendary text. What is the biggest legend that you can... you can flip into Eldrazi with this. Like, get your Kozileks, your Ulamongs, your Emrakul. That's scary. That's really scary. That could be fun. That could be really fun, just flipping into some really expensive legends. Doomscar Warrior is 2 green for a 4/3 human warrior with backup 1 trample, and when this creature deals combat damage to a player or battle, look at that many cards of the top of the library. You reveal a creature or land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of the library in a random order. As a rare, this card's weird because basically it gives the backup of... Its backup gives trample and draw card, maybe? Which is a really complicated draw card. Like, it's not bad, but it's not good. It's fine. Generally speaking, it's just fine. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm a little underwhelmed with it. If you could cast it for free, that would be really good. But you can't, because it goes to your hand. So I don't think so. I think it's all right. I think it's all right if you're building a backup deck from scratch, or you're in a mono green backup like synergy deck. Basically, you get to draw a card. Is the thing. Drana and Lunvala is 1 white and a black for a 3/4 vampire angel with flying and vigilance. Activate abilities of creatures your opponents control can't be activated, and Drana and Lunvala has all activate abilities of all creatures your opponents control, and you can spend mana as though they're mana of any color to activate these abilities. So this card has a very similar, for me, is this card's in a weird spot. So, in the I'm going to first talk about it as like in the 99. It's good. I think it's good. You get a hate bear, you get some random activated abilities, you get to do all kinds of stuff. It's good in vampire decks, it's good in angel decks. It's just generically good. Just in the 99, it's just a generically good card, and I really like it. So that part I like. I think that this will be going into a lot of decks, just as a good hate bear. However, as a commander, I have no idea what to do with this, because its abilities all utilize your opponent's stuff. So, like, my brain first goes to, is there, like, a way for me to donate a bunch of cards to my opponents so then you can use this as a combo piece? But it's in the wrong colors, because you're not in like, combo colors. You're not in donate colors, because donate colors are mostly blue and red. a lot of the things you want to combo off with, horseshoe crab, are in blue. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. I don't like it as a commander. I don't. I think it's very good in the 99, but I don't like it as a commander at all. Um, yeah, I'm not a big fan of it as a commander. I think it's a very good card, but not as a commander. All right, Dreg Recycler is 1 in a black for a 2/2 Phyrexian Beast. Sacrifice an artifact or creature. Each opponent loses a life, and you gain a life. This is pretty alright. It's very niche, as a lot of the good commons and uncommons are, but you sacrifice that artifact, and that artifact can be something as small as a food token, a clue token, an incubate token, a Phyrexian. It's a nice little free outlet for that. I mean, you do have to tap it, but I do think it's very good in the Ramaz Phyrexian deck in particular, because you can it's another way to sacrifice your Phyrexians, and you can also sacrifice your incubate tokens. And it's also I think the other place that I'm looking at this is we've gotten food support in black, and we're going to be getting more food support in black coming up soon. And in that regard, it's interesting in a food deck. I think it's a little weak in treasures, and it's not quite in the right colors for clues, but if you're food, because there are other things you can do, but if you're food in particular, food is hard to sacrifice and take advantage of, and it can do a lot of work in that regard. If it's like, when you sacrifice a food, do X. It's just another way, but because food hasn't had as much support as the other artifact tokens. So yeah, I like it. I like it. It might not be that good. It might not be that good, and I might be rambling about another common, but I like it. And I think it has homes. Jamoka's Command is a reprint. Dragor Hedgemaze is a reprint, and Duplicant is a reprint. You know them, you love them, you can play them. I don't have that many opinions on them. Yeah. Cool. Good stuff. Dusk Legion Duelist is 1 and a white for a 2/2 Vampire Soldier with Vigilance, and whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on Dusk Legion Duelist, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. This card is good. This card is really good. It's like they've been trying to find ways to give white card draw, and this is a really good one. If you have an effect that can give things +1/+1 counters on various turns, Dusk Legion Duelist is quite good in that kind of a deck. It is notable that I don't know particularly how many. Like, if you give a counter to it on its turn, on your turn, it draws a card. And that might just be good enough. Every single one of your turns, you put a counter on it and you draw a card. I'm not particularly sure what the best way to put a counter on it during each of your opponent's turns are, because it doesn't quite operate the same as the previous card we talked about with that. I think it was the Bramble card. So that's going to be something that you're going to be wanting to try and to figure out. But if you can figure that out, then you have a very, very powerful card. If you can figure out a way to put the counters on over a series of time. So yeah, powerful god card, a lot of potential. Look into it. Pick this one up. If you're building a +1/+1 counter deck in white, pick this one up. Whew, my voice is starting to get tired. I mean, the problem is I'm just going through this so incredibly slowly, and I have not built up my not my resistance, but my durability when it comes to streams. There's so many cards. Help. We're already 3.5 hours in. Anyway, Echo Storm. You know what? We love it. This is really good in the token deck because you can make copies of all kinds of tokens, all kinds of artifacts, and then you get a bunch of different names. Elenda and Azor. I wonder if Azor will make it back to Ravnica because of the weird stuff. This is 3 white, blue, black for a 6/6 Vampire Knight Sphinx. This is in the Knight deck. With Flying Ward 2. Whenever Elenda and Azor attacks, you may pay X white, blue, black if you do draw X cards. And at the beginning of each end step, you may pay 4 life if you do create a number of 1/1 black Vampire Knight creature tokens with lifelink equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn. This card's pretty insane. This card's pretty insane. It is very expensive. Notably, it is very expensive. But it is also insane. This is a really good Sphinx for like the Sphinx deck. This is a very good in the Knight deck because it's a Knight for some reason. And the vampires you can create are also Knights. Notably, the life loss is mitigated by all the 1/1 vampires because they all have lifelink. This one thing that is notable about this card, though, I guess technically the second ability isn't tied to this first ability. So if you draw a bunch of cards in a different way, like if you have a wheel effect or something like that, you can just pay the life and get the vampires without having to pay mana to the first ability. And then the first ability, you can, if you need to draw a bunch of cards, you can use that. This card is very intriguing. It's very, very intriguing. There's a lot of I think it's very powerful and it's very intriguing. You can do a lot with it. You kind of create kind of a token deck. I don't know if I want to build around it, but I can definitely see this is very good in the 99 of, well, it's in the 99 of the Knight deck, and I can see it being very good in the 99 of an Esper token deck. I'm thinking Marneus. Because you just make so many tokens if you can draw those cards. And you can then, if you need cards, you can refuel with a ton of cards. And then make a ton of tokens. Actually, in Marneus, this is really good because you just have all these things that like make token, make token, make token, make token. End step. Boom. Because you're drawing off of every one of those tokens. So I think it's a little clunky as the commander. Unless you're like a very controlling token style deck. But in the 99, this card is very good. I think this card's good. I think this card is good. You will, if you are playing it as a commander, you're going to want to play a lot of ramp. This is a very mana hungry deck. Elesh Norn. It's just Elesh Norn. All the Praetors are just their name. And Elesh Norn is 2 white for a 3/5 Phyrexian Praetor with Vigilance. Whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to you or a permanent you control, that source's controller loses 2 life unless they pay a mana. And then for 2 and a white, sacrifice 3 other creatures, exile Elesh Norn, and then return to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery. And the backside of Elesh Norn is the Argent Etchings, which is a saga. All the Praetors have sagas on the back. Incubate 2 5 times. Chapter 1 is incubate 2 5 times, then transform all incubator tokens you control. Chapter 2 is creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain double strike until a turn. And Chapter 3 is destroy all of the permanents except for artifacts, lands, and Phyrexians, exile the Argent Etchings, and return it to the battlefield as Elesh Norn. Elesh Norn is really good. Elesh Norn is really good. Okay, my opinion on Elesh Norn is she's really good, but she's not as good as you think she is. So, the first thing to note about Elesh Norn is the fact that First thing to note is our front side's pretty good. But it's a little bit deceptive. If your opponents are playing like a max ping deck, or a deck that deals a bunch of like little bits of damage, or a lot of little creatures, Elesh Norn is going to destroy them. Absolutely decimate them. If your opponent is playing a big green stompy deck, Elesh Norn does nothing. Elesh Norn does nothing. I think the biggest part about it is at lower power level tables, your opponents aren't going to want to do anything with you because of that ability. I think this ability scales in terms of the power level of the play group you're playing with, more so than probably any of the other cards we've seen, or I've really seen. This is the kind of effect where I sit down at a table and I'm playing like a 6 or 7, and I've got some people who just want to play some casual Magic, and I play Elesh Norn, and they're just like, I don't care that you have Elesh Norn particularly, but I don't want to attack you. And they just don't attack you, period. And then you just get so much out of the fact that no one is attacking you. And I think that's something you, if depending on the power level of the table, you can really utilize. It's all upside. It's all upside. And then, of course, your opponent has like a Gutter Snipe or Purphoros or a bunch of tokens. And then even at higher power levels, they're going to be like, I don't know what to do about this. They have to get rid of her. The Argent Etchings are absurd. They create 10 power, then give your things +1/+1 in double strike, and then blow everything up, except for your stuff, because presumably you're playing a lot of Phyrexians and artifacts and stuff. It's a one-sided, just it's a Plague Wind effect, and if you flip her, and she's relatively, if you're building around her especially, she's easy to flip, because you could just put in a bunch of disposable creatures that you can just sacrifice. And one of the things about these flip Praetors is the fact that they feed into each other. You destroy everything, then you flip her, then you sacrifice your incubate things, and then you flip her back, and then every other turn you're plague winding the board, which is insane. I think once you kind of get into this loop, she feeds herself, and so your opponents are just never going to have a board if they don't deal with her. She will just win the game by herself once you get her flipped and back and forth and back and forth. The question is, getting to that point, she has a low mana cost but a high secondary cost, which is the fact that she has to sacrifice creatures. I think she's by her, I don't the place where I get the debate is places I see her being very good in. Phyrexian decks. The Bramaz deck that I've been talking about so much. She's absurd in that deck. Absolutely absurd. In the Praetor deck that kind of comes out of this, she's absurd. In an Elesh Norn tribal deck, she's absurd. But can we expand that to a just generic token deck? Can we expand her power to a generic token deck? I'm not so sure. And that's kind of where my questions come in, is can I get her into a generic token deck? And I don't know. On the one hand, she's an army in a bottle. On the other hand, she'll wipe all my stuff. So that's kind of where I start to ask questions with her. I don't know if she's quite compatible with other synergies, is the thing that I'm scared of. And I don't think she's quite useful for other strategies, because she will just blow your stuff up. I think you need to be dedicated to the Phyrexian cause. It fits her character. You need to be dedicated to the Phyrexian cause in order to utilize her stuff. In order to utilize her. Some of the other Praetors in this set that we'll get to at some point, depending on how long I continue streaming. But I will be continuing this set review. If I don't finish it today, I will be finishing it this week. So, I will be continuing the set review, but it might not be today. Um, but we shall see the other Praetors. And some of the other Praetors definitely synergize with a bunch of other strategies. Elesh Norn seems very rooted in the Phyrexian cause. And I don't think it's close. So yeah, she's very good in a couple of decks, and I think she's going to be a very good commander. But I do struggle to see her if she'll be in a lot of 99s. By the way, Elite Scaleguard, this is the card that I mentioned that makes Bullet Slinger just completely irrelevant. It's one more mana, but just everything gets tapped. Your opponents can't have blockers. Your opponents can't pass go. They cannot collect $200. Elspeth's Smite is a white for an instant. It deals 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. It's not good in Commander. It's not that good in Commander at all. It's nice that it exiles it, but 3 damage is not relevant. It's better than some other effects that do very similar things, but it's not very relevant for us, I don't think. Yeah, so I don't particularly believe that Elspeth's Smite's very good. You're going to be wanting to just, I mean, for the same cost, you can run Swords to Plowshares, which just gets rid of anything for any reason and exiles it anyway. So, yeah, just play Swords to Plowshares. Elspeth's Talent is 2 white for an aura. Enchant Planeswalker. So there's the cycle. These are in the Goshintai slot of set boosters. They're probably the commander set, but they're in packs and they're not in any of the commander decks. And there's a cycle of these talents, which are crazy. Might be crazy. They are crazy. In Enchanted Planeswalker, the Enchanted Planeswalker has +1. Create 3 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. And whenever you activate the loyal ability of a Enchanted Planeswalker, creatures you control get +2/+2 in-game vigilance until end of turn. If you're wondering where these abilities came from, they came from Elspeth, right over here. Elspeth Sun Champion. This card is really good. This card is really, really good. Okay, so here's the weird thing about the talents. Here's the weird thing about the talents that we have that you need to kind of measure. Auras, so Planeswalkers are the most vulnerable card type in the game. Because you can destroy them and all that kind of stuff. There's a couple cards to destroy them. But also your opponents can just attack them at will. Auras are one of the other most fragile card types in the game. Card subtypes. Because they go onto the battlefield, they go onto something, and if that something leaves, they leave too. So the talents are putting the most vulnerable subtype onto the most vulnerable type. And that's a little iffy. On the other hand, a lot of these are absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. Giving the Planeswalkers additional abilities, and they give them like some of the best abilities of every Planeswalker ever made. So that's kind of the trade-off. An Elspeth's Talent, what's nice is you get to take your Planeswalker, and one of the big things is we always are asking, can this Planeswalker defend itself? One of the best Planeswalkers at defending itself of all time is Elspeth Sun Champion, because she can literally make 3 blockers every turn. And Elspeth's Talent's like, hold my beer, any Planeswalker now can get this insane protective ability. This is absurd. This is absurd. And on top of that, it's like, oh, by the way, I'm also buffing your board. It's notable that they gain vigilance and not flying, as in the original Elspeth Sun Champion. Thank goodness, because that's crazy. But you put this, if you're playing a token deck with Planeswalkers in it, and you suddenly drop this, not only do you create 3 more tokens, you also then buff your entire team and charge in. Also, I guess with Vigilance, it's even better, because charging in with your buff means that you can still protect the Planeswalker. So now your entire team is just protecting your Planeswalker, and you've got a straight up Elspeth Suns champion on the board. Yeah, I think this is. I don't know if this is particularly good in Super Friends decks. A lot of these talents like definitely seem to be calling out like put in a Super Friends deck, a Super Friends deck. This is really good if you have a Planeswalker as your commander. So if you're playing like Aminatu, or Nahiri, the first mono white Nahiri, or something like, or one of those Planeswalkers. In that case, it's really good because you always have a Planeswalker to put this on, and then you can just utilize that Planeswalker with your aura. Because otherwise, you're going to, if you're not in a Super Friends deck, because I think with this one, it's a little bit weaker in a Super Friends deck because you're kind of, but it's still good. It's just, can you find room? Can you just find room? I think it's best in like a token deck, but in a token deck, unless you have a lot of Planeswalkers to help support with your Elspeth talent, you're going to be struggling to, you're going to have times when you just have this in your hand and it's not doing anything. And then that's going to feel real bad. So yeah, you pick where you're playing this, pick it well, and you will be heavily rewarded. Also, I guess ironically, the worst isn't the worst Planeswalker. Like, do you want Elspeth's talent and Elspeth's Suns champion? I don't know. You do get this ability down here. You do still get that, but the +1 isn't very relevant. All right, let's move on. Elspeth 7 champion. Good to see her around. Good that she's getting a reprint. I don't know how many times she's been reprinted. I don't think she's really been reprinted all that much. Elvish Vatkeeper is 1, a black and a green for a 3/3 Phyrexian elf. When enters the battlefield, you incubate 2, and then for 5 mana, you transform target incubator token you control and double the +1/+1 counters on it. This is another piece of support for the green-black incubate theme, which I guess was supported by that one big, or, well, it wasn't big, it was an 0/1 Phyrexian creature from earlier that incubated 5. That would make it an incubate 10. 5 mana to transform a thing is a lot. 5 mana to transform a thing is a lot, but you do get to double its counters. This is another one of those cards that just wishing it was in white. Because I do worry that just green-black by itself doesn't have enough support. Like, there's the Glissa. I need to reread the Glissa when we get to it and see, like, how good of a commander that is. But I don't see that many other homes for it, unfortunately. The incubators in green are just weird. The incubators, like, it's not bad. I can see it being strength. I can see it being powerful. And doubling the counters on it is nice, but it is notable. It is notable that it's not quite in the ideal colors. Emergent Woodworm. It's 6 and a green for 4/4 with backup 3. When this creature attacks, look at the top X cards of the library where X is its power. You may put a permanent with mana value X or less from among them onto the battlefield and put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Emergent Woodworm is what Doomscar Warrior wanted to be. It's just an attack trick. You don't even have to deal damage with it. It's a bigger backup, but it is way more expensive. It is way more expensive. You do get the thing for free, and it does have effective haste. So I think this is really good. This is in the backup commander deck. I think it's decent in that deck. And there's some other decks if you can really go in with the +1/+1 theme, and you have a lot of good permanents that you can take advantage of with this. I think that's pretty good. That being said, I'm not sure. It might be a little too expensive. This is definitely slightly lower power level. But it's a fun card. It's a fun card, and hey, it's good in the Worm deck. It's really good in the Worm deck. So, yeah. Fun big Timmy card. Mary Angel, reprint. Don't know what deck this is. Oh, this is in the Convoke deck. Okay. Enduring Scale Lord is a reprint, but Enduring Bond Warden isn't. This is 1 white for a Human Scout 01 with backup 1, and when it dies, put its counters on target creature you control. Okay, so Enduring Bond Warden is the newest in a series of these really cheap humans with no power that get counters and then distribute them upon their death. There's like a student in Strixhaven. There was the Dramoka follower, something in green in Dragons to Tarkir. There just seems to be a lot of lower rarity 1 mana humans that get counters and then put them elsewhere when they die. And I know because I built a +1/+1 counter centric human deck in green and white, and I just keep on noticing them, and they're not good enough for that deck. But I'm wondering if there has to be something that you can do with them. I'm not sure. Like, it begins to kind of become like a weird sort of, there's the Hardened Scales deck. There's the Hardened Scales deck in Modern where you just are utilizing those synergies to populate +1/+1 counters with the Ozolith and effects like that, which that kind of strategy gets a lot of support in this set, and I'm wondering if we're starting to hit a critical mass where in Commander we can begin to create like a weird Selesnya +1/+1 counters like style, just moving our counters everywhere because we have enough of these 1-drops. I think there's something there. I don't know what it is, but I think there's something there. Yeah. It's something that's just in the back of my head where I just keep on seeing 1 mana humans, in particular humans, that synergize with moving their +1/+1 counters after they're dead. So keep an eye out for it. I'm looking for the commander. Enigma Ridges, again with the planes, I'm just talking about the terms of the world. This is the world of Ekior, which we have never seen before. It seems really cool, like a really cool set piece. This massive, weird set of these bridges. I want to see it. I want to see more of it. Give us more planes, Wizards. Give us more planes. I'm always more planes. But I don't have any opinion on the gameplay. I'm sure it's going to be great. Afara's Dismissal is 2 and a blue for an instant. This costs 2 less if it's targeting an attacking creature. Return a creature to its owner's hand, surveil 2. Technically, this can target your own creature to save it. Best as a removal spell. It does have surveil, so it's good in like the surveil things. Now that we have surveil synergies, all the surveil cards are busted. I think that them making surveil evergreen or deciduous is absurd. With the original like disinformation campaign and all those synergies, those cards are now just so good. And I support that. But it is interesting. This card in particular, though, unless you're playing the Surveil deck, I don't think this card is good. Like, there are just cards that are so much better. I mean, Unsummon exists. But if you're playing the Surveil deck, I don't sleep on this card. It has Surveil on it, and I know there's a lot more cards with Surveil on them now than ever before, but it's also a removal spell, and it's also a way to save your thing. So I definitely, if you're playing the Surveil deck, I think you should pay attention to Afara's Dispersal, or at least consider it. Ephemeral Shields, this is a reprint, but this is the kind of good 2-mana Convoke thing that I like, and I think this card is pretty good, and I think people are going to get blown out by it, because it's just having creatures up and then, oh, sorry, my things are destructible. And then especially with the new commander, you then have, just remember, all these Convoke cards with a new commander, they have the words Preordain at the bottom. And when these cards gain a Preordain, they are absurd. So look out for your 2-mana Convoke instance. If they are doing more than nothing, they are good. Errant Engiata is 1, a white and a blue for a 2/3 human angel with flash and flying. You may look at the top card of your library at any time, and you may cast spells with flash or flying from the top of your library. That's pretty good. I think this is like an interesting I can imagine this being like a weird flying man style deck where you just have a lot of just cheap flyers that you're just like constantly bringing off the top of your deck, although that isn't really an engine. You just have a good card draw ability with it. This could be also fun in like a flash deck, um, if you really have a whole bunch of flash stuff. Although I think that the Flying Man synergies is a bit stronger. You could play Blue White Angels. I mean, Gyata is already a really good Angel commander, but Mono White Gyata is might just be better. It does flash out, so you can wait, untap on turn 3, and then just wait for your opponents to do stuff, and then bring it out, which is cool. So then your big card draw engine is coming out later. So I think there's some things you can do with this. I think there's some things to do with this as a commander. In the 99, it's really good in just your generic flyers decks. Your blue white flyers is always getting support, endless support. If you are in like a blue white angel deck or an Esper angel deck, or even like an Esper like Sphinx's deck, this would be good. There's a number of things you can do. Like in the 99, I think it's a great little extra draw engine that doesn't really require. I wouldn't put this as like the top of your draw engines to invest in, but I think it's good enough to be like an additional one if you're already playing around these synergies. And as the commander, I think it's interesting to kind of consider it being just. It's like the weird. It's the Azorius Edric. You put in your Battlehawks and that kind of stuff, and you just like floop them off the top, like boop 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 boop. Half your deck is 1/1 flyers. That would be really funny. And then you can also play flashcards. So it's cool. It's not like overpowered, but I think there'd be a lot of fun decks that are created with Errant and Gyata. I got playing. This is Esper. I only talk about the worlds, and we know Esper. Esper. I think this is the first time we've gotten a good like distant look at Esper, which is interesting. It's very watery. It's a very watery world, or at least this part of it. I didn't realize it was this watery. But oh well. Oh well. Essence of Orthodoxy. So, part of the reason why I have so many freaking cards that I'm going through is because we've got the base commander cards, the base set cards, and then there's also the extra commander cards that are in the little Goshintai of Life's bounty slot. And then we have the Jumpstart cards, which are in base set but not in any of the packs. They're only in Jumpstart packs. And I do not like the set-specific Jumpstart set. It's awful. It's an awful product. They only cycle like a few little cards, and I don't think it's good. They should just not print it. But we do get some interesting cards out of it. And so Essence of Orthodoxy, I think, is guaranteed in every white one of those packs. So it's not going to be hard to get a hold of these cards. They're usually not that good, but there's one of them that I am looking forward to, which we'll get there. We'll get there. But Essence of Orthodoxy is a 3 white for a 3/3 with flying Phyrexian. When it or another Phyrexian enters the battlefield under control, incubate 2. So this is just another card to support the incubate deck. Just another one that's just around. It's not in the commander deck. It's not in the base set. It's just like, oh, that's a cool incubate engine. It's not particularly good because it's 5 mana. That's a lot of mana, and it only incubates 2. But this is like a backup Burmaz, and you're going to be getting a lot of incubate tokens off of this. I think it's cool in that deck, and I don't foresee it being in any other decks, to be honest. And that's just the card, and that's okay. So yeah, pick it up for your incubate deck, and everybody else can be like, okay, that's really creepy art. Good lord, what the heck is that thing? It's a Phyrexian. What else do you need to say? Kill it. Speaking of Phyrexians that you need to kill, this is not the card I am the most afraid of out of the set. It's not the commander I'm the most afraid of out of the set. But this is the commander I will die to the most out of this set. I just know it. I just know it. It is Etali Primal Conqueror. For 5 red is a 7/7 with trample. When it enters the battlefield, each player exiles cards from the top of the library until they exile a non-land card. You may cast any number of exiled spells from among non-land cards exiled this way without paying their mana costs. And then, for 9 mana and a green Phyrexian, flip it over into Etali Primal Sickness, which is an 11/11 with Trample and Indestructible, and when it deals combat damage to a player, they get that many poison counters. So the back half is effectively Blightsteel Colossus. And the front half, you get to just play something from every deck. Period. This card's absurd. This card is absolutely absurd. This card is absolutely absurd. It's going into like every dinosaur deck you've ever met. And as the commander, it's going to be heading a bunch of decks. And I have gone over this card many, many times. Just like if you're a Gruul deck, if you're a Gruul Stompy deck, if you were playing the original Etali, you're now also playing this Etali. Because it's not better than original Etali, but it's a little bit better. Original Etali is 6 mana. This is 7 mana. For 1 more mana, you just get so much more. You get a guaranteed flip at all the cards. You don't have to wait for an turn cycle. And you also get one from your library, which I guess the original one does too. But also, you get to pass all the lands. See, the original one, sometimes you flip up and you get 4 lands. That never happens with this one, because you can flip straight to the spells. Which is crazy. You always get spells. And something that's notable, which makes me sad, is that all of the lands that you reveal get exiled permanently. They don't go back into the deck. And the reason I'm sad is because originally I built a commander deck with this at the helm, and then you had Cultivator Colossus and 98 lands. And so Etali flip guaranteed into Cultivator Colossus, and then Cultivator Colossus would flip into the rest of your deck, and then you would kill people with like Valakut. But then I realized that you don't get to put the lands back. So you can't do that. You can't guarantee that. At least it's not as guaranteed as it want to be. That being said, as the commander, one of the possible routes to take this is I don't know exactly what the card is, and this is maybe something just to keep an eye out. But if there is a card that you could have every single game guaranteed in Gruul, and always flip into it with Etali, what would it be? And that's the big question. What is the card you'd always want to flip into that can win the game by itself with Etali? Because that is something you could absolutely do, is put down the Etali, and your opponent's cards are just bonus. You don't care about them. You just get them for free. You just guarantee get a card out of your deck because you flip past all your lands, which you only play lands. And then you get this card. And I don't know what it was. Originally I thought it was Cultivator Colossus, but because you exile the lands, I'm not so sure. The card basically needs to win the game on its own. That being said, as the generic Etali deck, I think is just going to be Gruul, like good stuff, and just ramp spells. Just ramp, good big cards. That's it. Either you flip into a beater, like an absolute stompy boy, or you flip into a ramp spell to ramp into Etali's flip. And Etali's flip is, I don't think you're necessarily going to win the game because of this side of Etali, but this side of Etali is always threatening. If your opponents don't deal with this side, they're going to have to deal with this side. And when they deal with this side goes back into the command zone, then you can recast to get more spells. So when you recast and get more spells, then you're threatening to flip back over to this side, so your opponents have to get rid of it. So unlike Gonti, when Gonti comes out and your opponent's like, oh yeah, it's a 2/3 with Death Touch, I'm not going to ever deal with that, and you have to get rid of it yourself, Etali will kill you if you don't deal with it. It's like, kills you if you do, like if you do get rid of it, it still kills you because it's getting 4 spells for free every time you cast it. If you don't deal with it, then you're facing down a Blightsteel Colossus. It's not like overpowered. It's 7 mana into a 9 mana card. But I'm going to lose this card. I just know I'm going to lose this card because also it's a big, beautiful, stompy card that's just awesome. And people are going to play it. And it's fun. And I'm going to lose to it. So even though I technically don't think it's the most scariest, I don't think it's the scariest card in the set, but I am going to lose this card a lot because it just puts you in so many, like, it puts your opponents in such hard positions, especially in the command zone, which is like, okay, do you deal with this? Great, I get another 4 cards for free. You don't deal with this? Great, here's a Blightsteel Colossus. And your Gruul, you're going to be able to ramp it out, especially I think that you play a deck with like half ramp. Like half your deck is ramp, and then all like half the cards you flip off the top of your library are ramp. And so you're always ramping, and you never have to have mana issues. And then Etali comes and kills you. Very, very good card. Very, very good card. Only a rare. Only a rare, by the way. Hard to believe, only a rare. Etched Familiar is 2 and a black for a 3/2 Phyrexian Fox that when it dies, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Okay. Not a stellar card. Not particularly good. Its main, it's a Phyrexian, so if you're really needing Phyrexians, okay. It does have some sacrifice energies, but really it's just ultimately not that good, unfortunately. It's not even like the right Fox colors. Like the Fox colors, I think at this point are Naya because of the new commander. So you're not even playing it for the Foxes. It's just it's just super replaceable. Notably, it is each, but yeah, not that good. Etched Host Doombringer is 4 and a black for a 3/5 Phyrexian Demon. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Target opponent loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life. Or choose target battle. If the opponent protects it, remove 3 defense counters from it. Otherwise, put 3 defense counters on it. So this is kind of a part. So it's funny because green red is the main battle colors in the set. But black has a number of cards that can remove counters from stuff. And that is something to think about when you're building your battle deck. Is you can remove your counters. Etched Host Doombringer, however, is not going to be one of the cards that you're going to be putting in your deck to remove those counters. It's 5 mana for a 3/5, and it doesn't really have that many good synergies. You can snipe one of your battles if you really want to. So I guess if you are playing like mono black battles or something like that, but it's really, really situational. In that case, and it's 5 mana, and if you're not using it for any battle stuff, then it's just bad. No, it's also it's not even each opponent, it's just target opponent. Oh, this card's just really bad. Oh, you poor thing. It's just not for commander. I guess it's technically a Phyrexian. Okay. Not for commander. Not for commander. This is a reprint. I want to make Ethersworn Educator work so badly. I want to make this card work so badly. Emrakul Phoenix. Notably, the token here, the Feather token, has a different name. So this is in the Tokens with Different Names deck. Evolving Wilds, you know it, you love it. Excise the Imperfect is 1 white for an instant, which exiles target non-land permanent. It's a controller incubates X, where X is its mana value. This is an interesting card. It's kind of in that same wheelhouse as the gift, unwanted gift, the generous gift, and Beast Within. Not quite as good as them, but it's in that same ballpark where it's 3 mana, you get rid of something, anything, and then you also get and then they get something back. In this case, they get an incubate. What the trade-off is, they have to pay 2 mana to get their creature, and it exiles, unlike destroys. With the downside being that the creature could be enormous. You exile a Coma or something like that. Well, Coma's maybe not the best. You exile a Blightsteel Colossus. Well, good thing is you could exile it, so you don't have to destroy it. But the thing is, now they have an 11/11. 2 mana for an 11/11 that's crashing in. May not have Infect, but it's still an 11/11. Do not underestimate your 1111. So yeah, it's in that regards, it's interesting. I do think it's if you're in like a mono white deck or like a white red deck or something like that, and you just need some more removal for like some more generic removal, I think it's good. I think it's good. It's just in the same. It's in the same bracket. It doesn't come before Beast Within and Generous Gift, but it's like Beast Within, Generous Gift, and then this. I think is the third best. If you're just trying to get rid of something, damn the expense. But if it's but once you start to get into more colors, once you start to get into the range of, Vindicate or the Sorin Exile, like the Unmake, the Assassin's Trophy, the Esper Destroy Something Can't Be Countered. Once you start to get into the range of things, like once you start to add more colors, it falls off. I think this is good for mono white and like white red, white green, white blue. I guess white blue, yeah. If it's just white blue, I don't think there's some good stuff. White black, no. And then once you start adding green black, and as you add in the more colors, and you start to just get these better and better removal spells that can just get rid of more and more stuff, I don't think it's good. And also, by the way, for me, Beast Within and Generous Gift fall off in the same way for me. So there's some cards I want to get. So yeah, but if you're in like a certain set of colors and you really, really, really need to get rid of everything, then this is good. Exotic Orchard, we love it. It's in every single commander's deck, and we want it to be in every single commander deck because it's a good card. Expedition Lookout. It's 1 blue for a 2/3 Defender. It's a Merfolk Rogue, and as long as the opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender, and it can't be blocked. Like the Defender decks that I want to play this in, I don't care about. The fact that it can't be blocked is notable. That's about it. It is interesting that it can't be blocked, so if you can take advantage of that, if you like have some synergies with if you have some synergies with can't be blocks and rogues, this has the rogue wording of 8 or more cards in the graveyard, which is notable. But unless you're really playing around with can't be blocked, is not at all the top of your can't be blocked pile. Yeah. And it's not really that good of a defender either. And most of the defenders in the defender decks are going to be able to attack anyway. It's just the thing of it. So, unfortunately, I don't think it's a very good card. Exsanguinary Cavalry is 2 and a black for 2/3 Vampire Knight with Menace and Lifelink. Whenever a knight you control deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature and create a blood token. It is interesting that, because there's another card that's a Knight Merfolk that gives advantages to Knights and Merfolks, but even though this is a Vampire Knight, it doesn't give advantages to vampires. So it's only good in the Knight deck. That being said, it's very good in the Knight deck. If you are playing the Knight deck, this is just a free buff and some ways to just go through your deck, and Esper Knights in particular takes advantage of having Knights in your graveyard often. And so in that regard, this is, I think, pretty good. It's not card advantage by any stretch of the imagination, but it is card selection. So you can discard lands or discard your Hakam, the Knight you can cast from your graveyard, and all that cool stuff. And yeah, and then your Knights get buffed. So I think this is really cool. It's not like it's kind of becomes more like a core Knight in terms of you're playing this Knight as just a really good Knight, or like a Knight Lord, not as like a card draw Knight or a utility Knight or something like that. But I think it's good. I think it's really good. But it's only good in the Knight deck, which, it's in the Knight deck in the precon. Don't need to put it anywhere else. That's for sure. I think the thing, and the reason why I mentioned the vampire thing, is it's not good in the blood deck. Even though it makes blood tokens, bloods are so connected to vampires, and even though it itself is a vampire, it doesn't support. I mean, I guess you could build if you have like a bunch of vampire knights. Um, there might be enough vampire knights with blood synergies. You have to look at it to consider it. You really have to if you want to build around the blood theme part of it. But it's not going in like a Edgar Markov deck anytime soon. Probably for the better, but it's just not. So yeah, very interesting where they've decided to pull some of the limits on it. Eyes of Jataxius is 2 and a blue for sorcery for incubate 3 and draw a card. Um. Um. In addition to just whatever the heck is happening in the artwork, just eyes stretching into the. I think it's no longer bound by the myopic limitations of flesh. Ekin would truly see the realms. Yeah. In case you can't tell, my voice is dying. Yeah. So, Eyes of Jataxis. I don't think it's very good. It replaces itself, but really you want to do more than that. Either you want your cantrips to be cheaper, or you want them to draw more cards. And instead, this gives you a 3/3 you have to pay an additional 2 for. Outside of the colors where you want to do that. I mean, the synergies with this is it goes with the green-black transform deck, but we've already established that that deck is janky and not really a commander deck, and I'm pretty sure that when it does get enough stuff to become a commander deck, it is not going to be including this card. So, I guess it does produce a token, like an artifact token if you want to use that in some way, like if your spells are artifacting, but there's just Strike It Rich, which gives you treasure tokens, which is just so much better for a card that doesn't give you actual card advantage. So it just falls a little bit flat, and not every common is supposed to be good. Not everybody common is supposed to be good. Fairy Mastermind. This is 1 a blue for 2/1 Fairy Rogue with flash and flying, and whenever opponent draws their second card each turn, you draw a card, and for 4 mana, each player draws a card, and this is Yuta Takahashi's World Championship card. This is pretty good. This is really good in fairies decks. This is also really good. This is actually really good in a bunch of different decks. It's utility card, so not every deck is going to want to play this. Most decks are not necessarily going to want to play this, but this actually does have a number of different homes. In terms of this is really good in a fairies deck, where you can just kind of flash this out, do some cool things, draw some extra little cards, use your mana. This is good in like a group hug deck where you're giving everybody a card, and because everybody's getting a card, you're getting a card. Council of 4 loves this card to death. You're drawing so many cards with Council of 4 and Fairy Mastermind. This is good like a Nekasar style deck where you're forcing everybody to draw cards and draw extra cards and, Temple Belling. We'll get to Heliod. It's good in the Heliod deck, which Heliod's absurd. But yeah, so I think this is a very niche card that the niche just fits into a lot of different interesting decks. And the fact that it both enables itself as well as is cheap and slippery and just can kind of just come out whenever you're not, like, you're just holding up 2 mana. This could be a counterspell or anything. And I mean, that's what Yuta Takahashi really wanted, was kind of a card to play with counterspells and the fairy archetype and stuff like that. And this works well in that regard. It's easy to kind of just, and it's not like high power level, but like the 7s, this thing is going to be running around creating all sorts of nonsense. And it's the kind of card where if you want it in your deck, you really want it in your deck. And if you don't want it in your deck, you never want to see it. So I think there's a lot of potential with the Fairy Mastermind. And I think it's a really good card. Failed Conversion is 4 and a black for an aura. Enchanted creature gets -4/-4, and when it dies, surveil 2. This is really expensive, even with the surveil synergies. This is just really, really expensive. For the same cost, you could like get rid of an entire board. You could wipe the board. Unfortunately, I just don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. Yep. It's, yep, not good. Sorry, failed conversion. Farragut's Trumpeter. This is a reprint. It's a reprint. It says that it's in the set, but it's not in the set. This reprint is one of the cards that's in the Jumpstart card sets, which is just really weird that they're putting a reprint in the Jumpstart thing and not anywhere else. But I don't know. Would this have been too good in the real actual set? I don't know. I have no idea. But it's funny that the Fairgrounds Trumpeter is just absolutely decimating the Phyrexians. We will have Fairgrounds Trumpeter. Falconwrath Exterminator, we know. Fallow Sage, we know. Good in the Convoke deck, the fact that it taps in that kind of synergy. Fearless Scald is 4 and a red for a 3/2 with backup 1 and double strike. This is another card that suffers from the fact that we have a better card. We have that Fearless hero with the dash and the less mana cost and the stuff that also gives double strike with its backup. And this is just worse than that. This is the second time this has happened with backup. That's weird. That makes me sad. That makes me so sad because this card, I mean, it would have a conversation otherwise, but there's no conversation if you have the red one that's 3 mana. No, it's 2 mana cheaper, and then you can dash it out to make it reusable for 1 mana less. So, yeah, it's just upsetting. Fel the Bath is back. Fel the Mighty, Felwar Stone, Fertilid, and Fertilid's Favor. Okay, here you go, Fertilid's Favor, which is Fertilid, but it's Favor. It's fun that we have both of these kind of compared next to each other. Fertilid's Favor is 3 and a green for an instant. Target player searches the library for a basic land card, puts it on the battlefield, tapped and shuffles. Put 2+1/+1 counters on up to target artifact or creature. Okay, so this is at first face value. This is not as good as a not rampant growth, but explosive vegetation because it only gets 1 land. You sacrifice the 1 land. Basically, instead of 1 land, you get 2 counters, which is the Fertilid part. But the thing that's particularly strange that I just noticed is this is an instant. This is an instant, so you can kind of use it in some tricky ways. If you're a lower power level, you have to be this is only good in a lower power level. Because 4 mana for 1 land is not good. Just straight up. Lower power level, you can use this to buff up a creature you have while getting some ramp and that kind of good stuff. But yeah, I don't think this is actually very good in your general average commander deck. Straight up, unfortunately. But yeah, put this in your lower level power decks. I mean, as an instant, it is notable. You can use this to trigger all those cards that we were like, hey, how do you get counters on stuff at instant speed? This is a way. This is a way. Nice seeing Fetid Heath being reprinted. This thing needed a reprint. It was expensive. This is the singular expensive land reprint out of the set, which is sad. But it's good that it's here. Field of Ruin. Fire Confluence. We know them. We love them. Filigree Vector is 3 and a white for a 1/1 Phyrexian construct. When it enters the battlefield, put +1/+1 counter on each of any number of target creatures and a charge counter on each of any number of artifacts. You can sacrifice an artifact to proliferate. This card's actually really good. This card is actually really, really good. This is a really good card. Like, it's interesting because the charge counter synergy, there is the charge counter theme I haven't thought about putting in white, but this is like really good in white. This is really good with like all the things that are like, hey, put a +1/+1 counter on me, and it's like, here you go. It is weird that it can't put +1/+1 counters on your incubator tokens. When they're creatures, it can. But when they're artifacts, it can only put charge counters on them, not actual +1/+1 counters on them, which is kind of the theme of the Phyrexians. That's a weird bit, but it does synergize with charge counters as an upside. And you can then sacrifice an artifact to proliferate. That does work with the incubator tokens very well. So I think in the Phyrexian deck, this is very good. And it starts to make me wonder about in a +1/+1 counters deck. It's good. It's going to be difficult to get the. You're going to have to. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to do the artifact part. Although, this is also really good in the what's it called? The modular deck. This is also really good in the modular deck because you can sacrifice a modular creature and proliferate. So that's Zask is really happy about that. But it's kind of that's its home. That's its home. Is it's good in It's good at proliferating. Not good in Super Friends per se. Not good in Super Friends, and it comes in as a 2/2. And you can also target your opponent's stuff, so you can do some like politics with it if you want. That's cool. Yeah, really good in the Phyrexians. Really good in modular. Kind of begins making you wonder if you can do some charge counter stuff in white. But yeah. Final Flourish. This is 1 and a black for an instant with a kicker. Sacrifice a creature. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If this spell is kicked, it gets -6/-6 until end of turn instead. Just play like Bone Splinters or something. You just play Bone Splinters in the same thing. Yeah, it just seems a little weak because Bone Splinters and other like cards exist that can do a lot more for a lot less if you're sacrificing creatures to destroy stuff. Unfortunately, yeah, just a little bit too expensive. All right, and the last new card we're going to cover today, because my voice is dying. My voice is dying, and yeah, unfortunately, so I'm going to be calling it after this card, but we're going to be coming back some point this week to finish the rest of the set, or might be doing this in installments, in all honesty. Like, how far did we get? We got a third of the way through this set. I mean, we were here for a long time, and I'm not abbreviating anything. We're not here for a short time. We're here for a long time. So, but yeah, we're going to end today with Firemane Commando, which is 3 and a white for a 4/3 Angel Soldier with flying. Whenever you attack with 2 or more creatures, draw a card. And whenever a player attacks with 2 or more creatures, they draw a card if none of those creatures attacked you. This is another card in the vein of we're giving card draw to white. We've got a lot of these in this set. And I don't particularly like this one. I mean, we have the 2-mana enchantment that has the same first text, but doesn't give your opponents cards, and doesn't and has an upside of giving you tokens. So this is the only upside is like, I guess, and then so you can just sacrifice the 2 mana for a 2/2 on the ground, so the body doesn't even relevant and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't think this is particularly good. If you're like in a mono white angel deck in the Giada deck, it's fine. If you're in a group hug style deck in a please draw cards politics style deck, it's decent. But you really want to either be desperate for line 1 or okay with line 2, like that's actually beneficial for you, which I think there is. I think there is like a weird mono white force your opponents to draw cards deck that is sprouting, and it might just be starting with Heliod. That might be like a good start point, but I think there's another one, and maybe Council 4 is another one. But yeah, there are cards that are coming out that are like make your opponent draw cards in white, and that's a big thing. That's a big thing that is coming up, but. Unless you really want to take advantage of that, or you really want an angel that can help you draw some cards in mono white, I don't think this card's very good. And there's better white card draw in this very set, let alone in general. But yeah, I'm going to call it there for the day. Thanks so much for watching, and stuff. I will be doing this again at some point. Some point this week, and yeah, I will talk to you later. Bye, everybody.